Yes, sir.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. It looks like all the council members are. Wait,
Recording in
one.
progress.
I'm missing one council member. Is Roger here or might not? Anybody else see him?
No.
All right. Maybe he watched the presentation already. It is 5:30, so I want to get started. So if there's questions, we have plenty of time. So Chief, it's all yours. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, council members. Happy New Year. If you'll just give me a second here, I can share my screen. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to provide you with a update, kind of where we are now and where we need to go. And I've titled this presentation the Fire Department Roadmap. So kind of where we are right now is in fiscal year 21-22, the City Council took some actions and approved some funding. And basically what you did is you committed to improving public safety by improving the infrastructure and increasing staffing for the fire department. On January 1st, the fire department updated its staffing model to best fit the city's needs. This included adding 2 fire captains, 2 fire apparatus engineers, and 1 firefighter 2 paramedic. And then at the station, at Station 37, there was a fire apparatus engineer paramedic and 2 firefighter 2s that were moved to other work locations to make room for the new staffing model. In fiscal year 22-23, also approved in the city's budget, the staff recommends adding 3 firefighter 2 paramedic positions in the fiscal year 2023. And basically what our intent is to do a tiered approach to adding the medic squad at Fire Station 37. And one of the criteria for us to be able to change this staffing model is to make those tenant improvements that are already approved by you at Fire Station 37 to make room. Currently, there's not enough room at Fire Station 37 to add these people and make things comfortable, especially with the COVID concerns that are going on right now. Any questions thus far? Okay. Okay, so for fiscal year 23-24, some of the recommended actions is that we would recommend adding a medic squad to Fire Station 37 in fiscal year 23-24. The medic squad would be staffed daily with a fire apparatus engineer and a firefighter 2 paramedic. Staff recommends to make this happen, staff would recommend adding 3 fire apparatus engineers. The additional firefighter 2 paramedics added in fiscal year 22-23 will be moved from Engine 37 to Medic Squad 37. And the Medic Squad would provide significant improvements in response times, better coverage for simultaneous calls for service, and relief of Engine 37, which is the busiest fire engine in Riverside County Fire Department. I think you've all seen this chart before, but just to kind of look at it again, the red dots are the dots that Engine 37 responded to incidents on, and then the blue dots are the ones where other resources such as Engine 36 responded to calls. In fiscal year 24-25, we recommend adding 1 quint to be housed at the new fire station. Currently, that number would be 98. The medic squad then would be downstaffed, and the staffing would move from the medic squad to be part of the new company at the quint. In order to make this happen, we'd need to hire an additional 3 fire captains and 3 firefighter 2 paramedics to staff that quint, in addition to the staffing that would move from the medic squad. You've seen this.
Chief, can you explain to everybody what a quint is?
So a quint is kind of a hybrid piece of equipment. It's in between a fire engine and a ladder truck that has a tiller. So it has either a 75-foot to 100-foot ladder on it, but it doesn't have a tiller box in the back or require someone to drive the rear end of the trucks. It also has a pump. So that's where the true value is for us, is that it has a long ladder and it has a pump, so it can provide both functions, whereas a pure truck doesn't have a pump, so it needs an engine to be able to support it.
Thank you.
So some of the additional recommendations that we'd make to provide better service on a faster timeline, we'd recommend adding the medic squad as soon as possible. The National Fire Protection Association recommends response times be 4 minutes or less 90% of the time. In 2020, the response times for Desert Hot Springs was 5 minutes or less 68% of the time. The need for additional resources is clearly present now. The staff recommends that we purchase a new medic squad as soon as possible. The current production time on those squads is roughly 400 days. And then we took a look at the fire department on what it would look like after all these recommendations may be approved by you. The City of Desert Hot Springs Fire Department would provide fire protection from 3 fire stations that house 2 fire engines that are staffed with a fire captain, a fire apparatus engineer, a firefighter 2, and then a quint would be staffed with a captain, an engineer, and there's a typo of 2 firefighter 2s daily. So the daily workforce for Desert Hot Springs would be 7, and the total workforce would include 21 fire safety employees and 1 fire safety specialist that would continue to work in the office of the fire marshal. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I'll open up questions from council. I'll start with Ms. Pye. Anything?
Is it possible to have, same question asked by public safety, to have the operation quicker, not the 400 days and not 24, 25?
So one of the questions that was posed by the commission was exactly that. I've been researching some of these things within the fire department. It seems like that the county would be happy to loan a piece of equipment while ours was getting built, but we'd have to do some more research and actually come up with an agreement between the county and the city on that.
The current squad couldn't meet that requirement?
I'm sorry?
The current squad couldn't meet that requirement?
The current squad 36.
There used to be one at 37. I'm not sure if it's still there now.
Yeah, there's not one at 37. There's one at 36, but I'm not sure if that's, the one that we would use. It'd have to be up to the fleet manager. We want to make sure that, whatever piece of equipment that we're going to use in the city is not, necessarily a reserve piece of equipment. It's fully outfitted and updated and all of those things. So I'm not sure. I know that we have several available. It would just be dotting the I's and crossing the T's, if you will.
Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Pye. I think the quicker we do this, the better. There's nothing more important to a city or its residents than the public safety and protection. And we are, as we all know, somewhat inadequate in that area, particularly with Station 37 being as staffed it is. I was interested to see that I'm trying to track your proposal here, Chief. And so you're talking about adding a paramedic only unit to Station 37, that after 98 is built, they will move over there. So that will 37 go back to just being a fire truck only at that point, and the medic staff will come up out of 98. Is that how I understand that?
Yes. So, as you know, currently 37 is staffed with a fire engine, and the staffing changed in January to a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter, 2 paramedic. And then kind of the progression that we're looking at currently is adding a second firefighter to engine 37, while the tenant improvements at fire station 37 are being completed to make room for enough people to fit into the station for that medic squad. And then also creating some lead time to have a vehicle built. But like I said, these are recommendations that we've talked about, and just tried to find the best fit and timeframes to kind of work them in together.
Okay, so following up with that, then when 98 is built, then would 37 still just would it just be straight firefighters, or would it also, because right now, we're sending a massive fire truck out on paramedic calls when really, forgive me for being naive, and shouldn't we be sending a smaller, more equipped vehicle that doesn't cost as much as a full-blown fire truck to go to a heart attack or a stroke or something like that?
Well, I think, we have to look at the system in totality. So, right now you have a piece of equipment that's staffed with professionals and has all the equipment on it that you need to handle all the different missions that the fire department's expected to handle. We're trying to be as fiscal responsible as we can. If it's the pleasure of the city council that you'd like to have, a fire engine and a medic squad at 37 on top of, a quint at the new station, I mean, that's something I guess we could explore. It seems like if the reason for our progression and trying to improve fire services is we're looking at improving the response time. And so when you add a piece of equipment into the fire department in the city, you're adding duplication of services, you're adding redundancy to the system. And so having, engine 37 and say Quint 98, and then having engine 36 in the mix, that's a pretty good, robust redundancy. I mean, we do run a ton of calls, there's no doubt about it. It's just a delicate balance of what the city can afford and what's best for the city.
Well, if you take the medic component, once 98 is built out, you put it up there, does 37 lose its ability to do medical things? And are we kind of then reversing the problem by putting the medic at the farther east end of the city, and if they've got to get out to Skyborn, they have further to go? Would it make more sense to leave the medic capabilities at 37 where it's in the middle of everything?
Well, just to be 100% clear, every piece of equipment that runs in the city of Desert Hot Springs has paramedics on it. So engine 37 has a paramedic on it currently and would continue to do so, just as engine 36 and Quint 98 would be. So all of those pieces would be 100% outfitted with all the top medical gear that we can carry now. We would have paramedics to any call. You would have at least two paramedics on any critical call.
Got it. Well, it's a great outline. It shows it's well thought. I'm not anywhere close to being an expert on fire department staffing, and that's why we rely on you. I was just trying to get my hand around stuff. I think it's a great outline and a great plan, and I would concur with Councilwoman Pai that we move on this sooner rather than later if we possibly can. Thank you.
Councilmember Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation, Chief. I really do appreciate it. I just had a quick question on the Quint. When that does come available, is that going to require special training for the new firefighters that come in and house that station? And how long is that training?
Yes, sir. So currently what we do is we Riverside County Fire Department puts on what we call a truck academy. And that is for every rank that would work on a truck. So a fire captain, a fire apparatus engineer, and a firefighter. And generally speaking, it's about 4 weeks long for one portion, and then there's another portion that really wouldn't pertain to the folks that would be working in Desert Hot Springs, but that 5th week is how to drive the tiller portion of the large trucks that don't have a pump on it. So our cadre is pretty well known and respected in Southern California. In fact, we do quite a bit of training with Orange County, Anaheim, LA County, Corona. We provide a lot of training for those folks. Our instructor cadre is pretty impressive. So once folks come out of the Riverside County Fire Department Truck Academy, they're pretty dialed.
That's great. Thank you. I kind of heard that it was customary that when we get a new fire truck, that the youngest member of the council gets to climb that ladder, cut the ribbon. Is that true?
Well, anybody that wants to climb it, we'll try to make it happen.
And lastly, I just hope, Chief, that you can be vigilant. If there's any grants out there, any monies from the state that we can get to acquire, please, hit us up or hit me up, and I'll be more than happy to support you in getting any kind of funding for training, for more staff, or for even equipment or whatever you need. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Russell, you're the youngest on the council. You'll have to climb that ladder, right?
I won't be the fastest one up it, that's for sure. Chief, first, thanks for all that CALFIRE has done for our city over the years. It's been wonderful, tremendous relationship. You guys have done us very, very well. I listened to the presentation during the Public Safety Commission, and I think for the benefit of the public, I want to get some terms, things identified. And I know we had somebody the mayor asked what a quint is. I spent the entire Public Safety Commission meeting saying, what the heck is a quint? So can you please describe to me what a quint is?
Yes, sir. So basically, as talked about before, it's basically a hybrid between a fire engine, which if you just think of engine 37, and then if you think about the largest trucks that are out there with the 100 to 120 foot ladder on it that require a tiller driver in the back, those trucks, they're specialized, and all they do is truck work. They don't have a pump. They can't put out any fires. It's just a very large toolbox with a big old ladder on it, and it goes to all the technical calls.
That's what a quint is, a very large.
No, that's what the heavy truck is.
Why
and
didn't
so yes, sir. So a quint is in between the heavy truck and a fire engine. So it has a pump on it. It has a tank of water on it. It has fire hose, but it also has a 75-foot minimum to, generally speaking, a 100-foot ladder, depending on the make and model that we would choose. Obviously, that'd have to go through a whole array of analysis and agreements and whatnot, but that's basically the difference. It's an all-purpose vehicle that can do a lot of different things.
So is it basically what we refer to as a hook and ladder?
So the hook and ladder is basically the former described large truck with the tiller.
Okay, so that's what we see in the cartoons where the guy's driving it, and it's all over the place. And
yes, sir.
Better than that. Okay, so this is just something smaller than that. So this is a bigger truck than what we see, the one that's rolling all over our streets all the time. It's a bigger truck.
It just gives the capability to have a much longer ladder. So
where would you use that?
Where would we use that? Well, we could use that on multi-story building fires. You can use it in a technical rescue in spillways and rivers and high water areas, low water areas. You can use it to rescue folks. If say a worker got shocked on a power pole or one of the windmills, or there's just a lot of varieties wherever you would need to put a ladder 75 feet in the air. That's what it would be for. And maybe part of the presentation that I didn't include, but that's also going to help out with the ISO rating for the city.
Calendar. City Council starts in 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Alexa, for letting me know that the City Council meeting's starting, and she's going to do it again here in a second.
On your calendar. City Council
Okay, so
starts in 10 minutes.
when we do the when we're planning out streets and stuff, you have a turning radius that you have to plan for certain trucks, right? You look at all the development plans and make sure that the trucks can get in and out of there. Now, is this Quint going to have a much larger turning radius? Are there going to be areas where you're not going to be able to get into? And when we design developments, is this something now, some new consideration that we have to take into account? And, you know, what if this thing can't get in between, you know, buildings to reach up to the upper stories? Is it useless?
No. So, you know, the fire department, the office of the fire marshal, we work hand in hand with each other, including the city building officials, city planning. There are, you know, multiple different fire codes and building codes that are required. They're all standard. Doesn't matter if you have a 110-foot ladder truck or you have a pickup truck. They're going to be the same no matter, you know, what it is. The plan is always going to be the same. You can't expect a small city to just have the most robust fire department. Starts out small and grows bigger. So I think the assumption
so
is
already calculated into the turning radius of this larger truck is already calculated into when you look at plans.
yes, sir.
Okay, so now the other thing, just for the benefit of the public, we keep talking about 37 and something else. Which station is the Skyborne station?
That's fire station 36.
36. And then which station is 37?
37 is right down the street from City Hall.
Okay, and so we need some renovations at 37?
Indeed.
Okay, and then and I'm going to try and get through this because I'm running out of time. Sorry if I'm cutting off your answers. I'm just trying to get a handle on this. Now you're talking about also, in addition to this Quint that's going to go up there at the new fire stations, that's where it's going to go, right?
Yes, sir.
And then now you're talking about also a medic vehicle. Is that something you guys recommended, or is that something that the city's been after? I remember for years and years and years, and former councilmember Carl Baker was just pounding on, we need a medic vehicle. Everybody look at the large truck going to the medic calls and wondering why that is. And we had that question here just a second ago. At Sunline, it doesn't matter the size of the vehicle that's running down the road. It's mostly the personnel that are on it. Is this going to save us any money having just a dedicated medic vehicle, like a paramedic truck that shows up, or will that larger fire truck still accompany it?
Well, I mean, you know, it's probably a longer winded answer than I'm able to get to you right now. But the long and the short of it is that the city's had one fire engine for a long time. That fire engine is a multi-purpose tool. It can do almost everything that we need it to do. But the city's getting bigger. We need more help. And by looking at the medic squad option, that's the cheapest option to get us that assistance that we need. And it's a bridge to get to the Quint, you know, over the next 5 fiscal years. So we're just trying to do the best we can with the resources that we're given. And I think that's a plan that's been used in several local fire departments, including Palm Desert, Wildemar, Eastvale, Indio. And it seemed to work out okay over the years.
Okay, so now as the city gets bigger, we need more services. I mean, the growth, once we double in size, we're going to need a bigger fire department. But generally, the per capita costs, except for maybe inflationary costs, is going to basically go up at the same rate as the population growth, or something thereabouts. Are we talking about a very significant increase with all this stuff to what we're paying for fire from CALFIRE? I mean, I didn't see any cost numbers that were presented in all this. I see we need this, we need this, we need this.
And the cost numbers were, Russ, sorry to cut you off, but the cost numbers were presented in the last budget. So that's what we approved in the last budget. This is just the operations of utilizing that cost.
My understanding is that it's that the requests are above and beyond what we budgeted. Is there anything in here that's above and beyond what's been already been budgeted?
Mayor,
I mean,
if I could jump in here. So the first part of the presentation described what has been budgeted in our current 2-year budget process. And then following that are recommendations. And those recommendations staff will take and incorporate into the future budget cycles that come to the city council.
Okay, I don't want to be the guy who's, sitting here saying, hey, guys, I'd love to have more fire stuff, but we can't afford it. But we've definitely got some challenging times coming. I mean, we can see that. And so I'm just trying to find out if this is what's being talked about, a Quint and a new fire truck and getting it here sooner. Is this stuff that's already budgeted, or is this above and beyond? Because my understanding from the Public Safety Commission meeting was that, there's stuff that we need above and beyond what we've already budgeted. So I'm just not clear on that. That's my last question. So what's the answer to that?
So the answer is the on the presentation, the first 2 fiscal years have already been approved by you. And then the additional resources that we're asking for are recommendations from us to you for you to take action on at some point.
So that'd be more money then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not already just contained in the existing budget. Okay, I'm sorry I took up so much time. Maybe I get together with you and we could have a sit down with the city manager and you can get into some of this detail. Thanks, appreciate it.
And I'll close with my comments. Everybody knows I've been a big proponent of fire services, spending 20 years volunteering and seeing what the House of Pain can do to people. After the volunteer program kind of went away, it was put on the staff to build staffing. I know there's still a reserve program, but it's not the same as when you had 20 people responding from your community to help out 2 firefighters. Actually, when I started, I think there was 1 firefighter driving an engine. So over time, it's evolved to where it is today. We need to continue to think down this path. We put a lot of money into public safety, and a lot of it had to be put into the police services for a while. We need to continue to sustain that, but we also need to balance out our fire services. 80% of those calls are medical. This is why I've been harping on this for almost 14 years, that a station on the East End needed to be built. We're finally there because we can afford the land. But this is only step 1 of one more step that really needs to happen. Another fire station needs to be open in an industrial area. Right now, if you need Russ, that's not fair.
What?
You were shaking your head. Sorry, man.
Sorry, I'm reading something. Wasn't.
Okay. So I'm going to continue with my comments. So what needs to happen in the future, in my opinion, is that a 4th fire station needs to be built in the industrial area with a heavy truck eventually. Depending on, we've got these large cannabis buildings. This Quint maybe could be something that's moved into that area for a while until a heavy truck could be purchased and maybe a fire engine put on the East End. But there's definitely a rotation of equipment that could be rotated around the community to help meet the needs of the community. The medic squad coming out of 37 is going to be huge, I think, and it's going to help us. And the reason we put this together, so the public does know, 2 years ago, our last budget cycle was that so we could ease into this when that fire station 98 was opened, so it wouldn't have this huge impact on our budget on trying to staff it. Once you build it, the capital cost is gone, but you still have the staffing cost each year, and that's always something that hits your budget really hard if you start to just try to staff it straight up. So having the initial squad there, but as Gary was talking about, continuing to have a squad available out of 37 might be a model that we look at in the future. If 37 continues to run the core city calls, that map's not going to change, and they're still going to be the first in. And so it still might be something that we have to consider in the future. So there's a couple different models I think we want to see in the future, talking with staff, is that we want to see a model if and when there was money available to build that 4th fire station. I think us as a city council over the next few years need to plan that, whether it's 5-10 years down the line or even 3 or 4 years down the line. It needs to be planned, and a place needs to be set for that next fire station. What has happened in the past in city councils that I've sat on is we've argued about where it is should be built. Chief Beverlin, I want to commend you on coming in here and saying that what you've said and moving forth with this. I've and this is not a knock on CALFIRE at all because everybody's busy, but you're a division chief and this is kind of your job is to get our cities in order. And I haven't seen a division chief or it's always been pushed off on the battalion chiefs who are busy as heck to try to come up with a plan for this city. And there's always been these arguments about where it should be built, where it shouldn't be built. That's not the question anymore. We know it needs to be built. Let's build a plan around that and let's find a way to get it done. And so finally we're stepping over that hump and getting it done. I understand some of it's financial, but we can't continue to not provide the services to our community that is necessary. And fire services, if any one of us has a family member that dies because a fire engine or a paramedic couldn't get there in time, I guarantee you the fire chief's going to have your number because you're going to be calling them every day wanting to know what you can do for these services. So we cannot wait anymore. And I don't mean to be dramatic on it, but it's the truth. It really is. When something hits home with one of us, all of a sudden it becomes a must need. Let's be proactive. Let's think about the future. We're financially in a good position that we can plan for the future. Before 7 years ago, we were not in that position, and now we are. We're in that position that you can give the city manager direction to come back to the next budget cycle and say, this is what we could squeeze in, or this will be 2 budget cycles down. I'll continue to babble about fire services for the rest of the night because I love it so much. I have such a heavy passion for it. But obviously, we need to get into our regular meeting. Chief, thank you for the report tonight. We'll have you continue to work with the Public Safety Commission on this, and I'm thrilled on the direction we're going. If I'm correct on what you gave in the presentation, last question, we're looking at opening 98 sometime in 23-24. Was that what I saw?
I believe it was 24, 25, if I'm not
24,
mistaken.
25. Okay. All right. So perfect. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll come back at 6:05 and begin the regular session. All right, it is 6:05. I'll wait for the other council members to come on screen. All right. So before we start tonight, I just want to say that sorry that we're having to do this again by virtually, but due to COVID and the spread throughout the country, it's been hit. Desert Hot Springs has been hit hard, like every other city, and so we have to be cautious. And we're taking extreme precautions this month, hoping by next month the numbers will be down and we can be back in person. But I appreciate everybody. I ask for your patience tonight as we get through this. I have moved all the council members to the top of my screen so that I can see all of you. City staff, I might not be able to see you all on the screen at the same time. I have the city manager's office on my screen and the city attorney's office on my screen. So if somebody needs to chime in during staff reports or anything, please let me know. It's going to be hard to kind of see everybody, but I'll do my best tonight. I know we did this for a while and it seemed to work fine, but getting back in the groove of things, especially after a long break like we took, might be a little difficult. So with that disclaimer up front, I want to call the meeting to order for the City of Desert Hot Springs and the regular meeting of the City Council, and the City Council serving as the successor agency to the former Redevelopment Agency Board for Tuesday, January 18th, 2022. This is our 6 p.m. regular session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts.
Present.
Councilmember Nunez.
Present.
Councilmember Pai.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Present.
And Mayor Mims.
Present. All right, someone's got echoing going. It sounds like it's off now. That could be the council chambers. Sorry, it's going to be a minute. We got some feedback going.
Looking at the screen, I see a Tim Esser that's just a slash with a purple square that shows the microphone is open.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, we've got roll call done. We're going to go to the invocation. I believe Bishop Keefion Shepherd, are you here? Or is he in a waiting room? Oh, he's at the council chambers itself.
Yeah.
Sorry you're all alone, man.
It's all right. I got the place to myself. It's beautiful in here. Happy New Year, everyone. And I didn't read the memo thoroughly enough to realize that it was virtual. So that's my fault. But thank you all for the opportunity. And I appreciate the fact that we're taking it safe. Being one who was hospitalized with COVID and pneumonia, I understand how serious this is. So thank you. Let's just pray. Father, we thank you. Just for seeing us through this last year of 2021, all the ups and downs, yet you still kept your hand on us. And so now, God, we're here at the start of a new year, and we're planning to put the vision of this city before you so you can establish our steps. God, we pray for every council member and our mayor right now, all the city staff, God, our police, our fire, everyone who holds a leadership capacity in the city. God, we pray that you give them peace to make the decisions that they need to make. Father, we may not be able to change the nation, but we can unify here as a city. So we pray that your spirit unify us here. And Lord, guide us to be the city that you've called us to be. We're grateful. We're honored. We're so appreciative of the fact that we have breath in our lungs right now. And God, we just ask that you move by your spirit in this council meeting. Lord, have your way. And we establish these things in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. We're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance next. I think there's be a flag. Gerald, do you have a flag to put on the screen?
No, sorry, I do not.
If not, you do?
I don't.
Okay, I have his flag behind Luke in the city manager's office. Actually, Luke, why don't you unmute yourself and why don't you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Because we're not live, I will be doing a moment of silence at the next meeting. We've lost a couple of community members that were instrumental in a few things in our community. Karen Katie, who was a longtime realtor in our community, recently passed, and you can know her better by the building that she owns with the eagle on it at Buena Vista or Cuya in Palm. Also, we lost a member of our community, Jack Morey. I didn't know him very well. I didn't know him personally, but his son has reached out to me, and he's been a member of the Elks Club, Rotary Club, and other organizations in our community. And I'd like to take a moment for him also. But I'm going to get nice pictures of each individual, and I'll bring them back to the next meeting for a moment of silence to remember what they've done for our communities. So I just didn't want that to go unmissed for their passings during these holidays. So. We are going to move on to the City Attorney's report. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We do not have any items to report on this evening.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll approve the agenda. Does anybody need to pull anything from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, there are no items on consent calendar.
Oh, duh. Thank you. We don't have a consent calendar, so you can't pull anything from the consent calendar. At this time, we will move or ask for an approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and I'm going to, is there anybody opposed to this? Please state their opposition. Seeing none, the item passes. Public comments, the city clerk's office is going to have to help me on this. Do we have any public comments? And if so, can you state their names?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Jody Diaz, followed by Jocelyn Kane. Jody Diaz, please.
Jody, once you're on the screen, you can start speaking. Your 3 minutes will begin then.
They unmuted me. I don't know where I don't
There
see.
you go. We can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Good evening. I'm Jody Diaz, the assistant principal at Cabot Yerkes Elementary School in Desert Hot Springs up on Desert View. And we had planned, we have a student council of about 25 fifth graders at our school. And next week is the Great Kindness Challenge across the nation. And so we wanted to kick off the Great Kindness Challenge. The kids and I were going to come in person tonight into that beautiful empty facility there. And kids had made signs, like they did during the lockdown where a sign flashes up all these different signs. And so they had colored signs and they were going to come in and thank you for just all that you do. And so I did send a picture of some of them today on the playground. I sent it to Gerald, but I don't know if he's able to.
There they are.
There's some of them holding some of the signs that you probably can't see from a distance. But they just wanted to thank you for, all that you do for keeping the city clean, for, opening new businesses, for protecting them, for, keeping their walkways clear so that they can walk to school safely. And all they did was say, thank you, City Council. It was a super short video, and I don't know that that's able to be played either. But I just wanted to extend that to you. The kids were super excited. They were all gung-ho. And then I had to tell them today after a long weekend, we can't go. So I was tasked with coming tonight and just sharing that with you. So we appreciate you guys, and we wanted you to note that.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back to hopefully next meeting. So if that works for their schedule, they could also. But thank you for that, and tell them they're doing a great job. That's their first step towards politics. Be careful.
That's right. You got to watch out for these kids. They're on top of it. Thank you.
Awesome. Go ahead. Next speaker.
We have Stephanie Martin next. Jocelyn Kane appears to have logged off. Stephanie Martin.
Hi, greetings and good evening to the mayor and the city council staff and all the citizens of Desert Hot Springs. In fact, my name is Stephanie C. Martin, and I'm the director of Quantum Consultations. And I would just like to take a moment to formally introduce myself. I moved to town and I have a business, and I also have a proposal that I have sent into the Salton Sea Management program, and it's up on the website now, and I'd like y'all to take a look at it. It's under my business name, Quantum Consultations. And basically, there's 12 proposals now that are being evaluated for feasibility. This year, we're going to get the results, and we're going to see if water importation is feasible, or if there's some other proposals, alternatives like mine that maybe budget-wise may be better and all around more feasible, but who knows? Anyways, I invite you all to the saltonsea.ca.gov/planning website to check them all out. It's for your knowledge and information. And then you click on the long range planning tab, and then under that it's like 2021 salt and seawater importation proposals, and you click on that, and then that's all the proposals that they're considering. The University of Santa Cruz, that is, as the independent review panel, as some of you may be following that, as most of you actually, besides, one of you may have recalled signing a couple of resolutions, one in 2019 and another one in 2020, which, regards this. And I'm just here to basically, in addition to introducing myself, ask y'all to update that to reflect the current timelines of the SSMP and the proposals, and really focusing on the legislature and matching those goals toward long-term restoration, no matter what side of the fence or whatever you're on there. Anyways, so check it all out and update it, because y'all had, it's 2022, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling woo, woo, woo. It's time to update that. Okay. Anyways, long story short, I'm a consultant, so if you want my help in that matter, I will be free in that capacity to help y'all out there to update that. And I guess that brings me to my closing. Here, you can check my proposal out, and my Facebook page is Save the Coachella Valley Basin. That's my proposal. So I'm being inclusive to all the water resources in the Coachella Valley Basin around the Salton Sea region. Okay, we're talking about the Salton Sea and the modern Lake Cahuilla are primarily irrigation reservoirs. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I want to restore the environment. I want to really be inclusive. Let's get Desert Hot Springs involved. We've got we pride ourselves with water. We were founded on hot and cold mineral water. It's time we really bring ourselves to the conversation table at hand, which, come on, let's do this together here. So anyways, if you want more information, go to that official website, or you can go to quantumconsultations.space or facebook.com/Save the Coachella Valley Basin. Woo! All right, and I just want y'all to realize also that we are in the quantum physics age. We have surpassed being content with accepting one-sided ideas, okay? We have arrived at a time where we are able to perceive equations and calculations in an intersectional, multidimensional, and most importantly, fluid way, okay? So please consider updating the City of Desert Hot Springs resolutions regarding the SSMP for 2022 to reflect the present situation at the Salton Sea. Again, that's my main thing there. Also read my proposal and the other ones, and just let's get updated. Let's be involved here as much as we can, information wise and socially and economically even. Let's really get invested in this. Make this happen. We're in the present phase 1 10-year timeline. Okay, that timeline is 2018 to 2020.
Stephanie.
Oh, sorry, sir. Yes. That probably was my 3 minutes there. I'm sorry, my bad. Yes.
Yeah, I'm assuming 3 minutes is way up. I'll need the city clerk. I don't have a timer on the screen, so I can't give you more than 3 minutes. But I think we gave you plenty. I appreciate your comments, and I'm going to move to the next speaker.
Next speaker, Brian Muse, followed by Beverly Walker. Mr. Muse.
And then before Brian starts, city clerks, I don't know if you heard me, but I can't see the screen in there, so you'll need to give about a 15-second warning to the end of 3 minutes.
Hi, did you guys, can you all hear me, or?
We can hear you, Brian. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, council members and city manager and chief and everybody. Hey, just want to bring as a resident of Desert Hot Springs, 12874 Brittany Road. Myself and I think a few as residents, we just wanted to bring up the thing on short-term rentals. It's becoming a sore subject. Even as a local realtor, I wanted to bring that up. What kind of, maybe even putting a moratorium on maybe stopping some around my area. I've already got 5 in my area and 3 more on the way. I mean, I sent a letter. I don't know if Gerald got it out to you guys, but I thought I just wanted to bring that up. What are we going to do to stop it before it becomes, you know, a problem? A lot of the cities around have, you know, really stopped it, and some have limited. And I mean, I'm not against Airbnb as a local realtor, but, you know, I just don't think we have the manpower, you know, with police and code. They got other things to do than new Airbnbs coming up. And again, I've got 2 behind me, 1 across the street and 2 on the next street. And that's just in my area. And so I just wanted to bring this to the city council tonight, and as a resident, and a real deep concern. I just see where the city's going. We are growing. And again, I did send a letter if Gerald submitted it, and I guess that's all I can say. So for now, so.
Thank you for your comments, Brian. Next speaker.
Beverly Walker.
No comment at this time. Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Happy New Year. Next public speaker. City clerks, do we have next public speaker?
Marion Champion.
Well, somebody say something good about
I'm sorry. Good evening, city council members and city staff. My name is Marion Champion, and I'm here on behalf of Mission Springs Water District. I'm here to extend a thank you to CALFIRE and city staff for all of their help the morning of December 26th. As many of you have heard in the news, MSWD was forced to make emergency repairs to a 12-inch water main connected to the booster station at our Terrace Reservoir site near Crescent Drive and 5th Street. A tamarisk tree root had grown into the public utility easement and around the pipe. With rain saturating the soil and the wind picking up, it caused the root to put pressure against the pipe until it cracked. Thankfully, our operations staff responded quickly and efficiently during the incident, and the distribution system and our water supply were not compromised. CALFIRE and representatives from the city of Desert Hot Springs assisted impacted residents and cleared road debris, and later coordinated with our public affairs team. Currently, we have 8 families that have been or will be forced from their residences due to water damages. Our JPIA liability carrier has retained the services of National Housing Insurance to assist these families in finding short-term housing, which is at a premium right now. We have set up a claims process for impacted homeowners and tenants, and have created a special web page with claim forms and contact information on our website. In addition, we have reached out directly to anyone identified as having damages the night of the leak, and our claims manager has canvassed the area, visiting homes and residences in the area. He is continuing to meet with each resident and owner as they get a better idea of the damages and associated costs. As I mentioned earlier, the cause of the incident was a tamarisk root that grew around our lines. A non-native species originally from southeastern Europe and Asia, tamarisk was planted in the Coachella Valley as a windbreaker. Unfortunately, this plant has spread to other critical areas and now outcompetes native plants while using tremendous amounts of water. MSWD has had 3 tamarisk and other root-related incidents in the recent weeks. In many cases, these trees have been planted on private property and can potentially impact water lines located in the public easement. In light of this, we are currently identifying and prioritizing the possible removal of tamarisk and other invasive foliage that may threaten the local water supply. And as we move into the spring planting season, we will be reminding residents to be mindful when adding new trees and vegetation to their properties. Again, I would like to commend the city manager's office and city staff and thank them for their support during the incident and for everything they have done to help our impacted residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Next public speaker.
Mr. Mayor, I think the chief has his hand up, or he does.
We need to get through public comments first, so. City clerk?
I believe that is all of our general public comment speakers. Jocelyn Kane, I don't believe, logged back on, or Amy Martin, so we are done.
Okay, thank you, guys. We're going to move to City Manager's report. Mr. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before I have some of the department heads give an update, I wanted to mention that this afternoon, the City Attorney's Office emailed the City Council and staff with an update regarding the Hyundai Hotel matter. And for the benefit of any residents who are watching, I just wanted to give a quick update that in September, the city filed a nuisance abatement action. And this has been a major undertaking from our City Attorney's Office, and have worked with nearly all our departments, public safety, including detectives and code enforcement, our building official, building inspectors, public works department, and several staff in the city manager's office. Today, the city's attorneys argued the case and prevailed, and the court granted a motion to appoint a receiver. There'll be more details to follow, but this is a significant milestone in our efforts to get the property into compliance. So with that, I'd like to move over to Jeffrey for a finance update.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. For the financial update, as of January 18th, 2022, our fiscal year 21-22 revenues are $9.8 million, which is 32% of the adopted budget. Last year at this time, fiscal year revenues were $7.5 million, beg your pardon, at 30%, and fiscal year 19-20, the revenues were $6.7 million, which is at 30% of that year's budget. Expenditures this fiscal year are at $13.6 million, which is at 45% of the adopted budget. Last year at this time, the expenditures were $11.8 million at 44%, and in fiscal year 19-20, the expenditures were at $11.3 million at 47%. In addition, the 2021 bonds went on sale last week, and the city did. The sale went very well and closed at a lower rate than we had anticipated. The closing rate was just over 2.95%, thereby creating a debt service savings of over $1 million over the life of the bonds from what we had estimated. We brought to you back in June.
Thanks, Jeffrey. And then from Public Works, Nick Haker.
Good evening. Just a couple updates of some projects that carried over from the intermission. The signal at Indian Canyon and Dillon Road is fully operational. Burger King has been issued their grading permit. NPL is continuing the gas line upgrades throughout the city. We'll continue to update the locations throughout the city's website under Public Works. Construction of the tentative improvements for the police department dispatch center has started. That is all my updates. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. And then finally, an update from our Deputy City Manager, Doria Wilms.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is actually just an update for our community. We did a post on social media last week, but wanted to take an opportunity during the council member to make this announcement. So the city is very happy to announce that we have been presented with an opportunity to bring our local Little League chapter underneath the umbrella of our recreation department. And so that has taken place, and we are currently accepting signups through our city website. Roberta Cernick, our executive program director, will be overseeing this program. The program really has been really just changed over to the operational management of city staff. There is a board of directors that's now comprised of city staff with an advisory board that Roberta's been working with. And so we're looking forward to having parents sign their children up for the program and participating with a lot of confidence that this season will be very successful. Anybody with questions can reach out to Roberta Cernick. And again, signups are available on our website under the Recreation Department. That concludes my update.
Thanks, Doria. That concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Mayor and Council Member reports. I'm just going to start on my screen here. Everything is getting shuffled as people are speaking. So first up on my screen is Councilmember Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I had a list of things that I wanted to bring up tonight, but I don't think it would be appropriate. I think there was just one item that I wanted to share. I want to dedicate this meeting to my older brother. He passed away in December 30th, so I'm going to honor him by tonight's meeting, give him my share of the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, and prayers with you and your family. Ms. Pye.
Mr. Mayor, congratulations to the Public Safety Committee for your reinstating Walt Meyer as your chair and Brian Muse as your vice chair. And to the fire chief, I do not think that the council gave you a hard time today. Walt Mayer kept asking twice, I hope the council is okay. I think everything went fine. For Mission Springs Water District, Russ Martin is the new chair. On February 10th, MSWD is having a blood drive. Lift to Rise met on January 12th to discuss the strategies for housing stability. The bottom line is by December 31, 24, there will be at least 5,000 new units of affordable housing completed under construction or set to be under construction within 6 months. At least 2,000 units will be connected to early childhood education and a health plan. I volunteered for Teen Mom Charities to give children Christmas gifts from 0 to 18 at our library. Also, Coach Ray of Desert Hot Springs High School with his baseball team who distribute the gifts. It was a pleasure seeing the glee of the parents. On December 1, I met with the Friends of the Library who were doing great with their membership, and remember they have books for sale at very reduced price. Eric Bercy-Real, Community Development Director, and Denise Hemmett, Economic Development Manager, attended the Desert Valley Builders Association Legislative Affairs program. I generally just listen to this meeting, and the two of them gave their report. Mayor Pro Tem Gardner and I attended the Martin Luther King celebration at First Community Baptist Church with Reverend Dr. Bayloff and his wife, Elder Crystal Bayloff, as hosts. And Mr. Mayor, that's enough.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year, everybody. Good to be back, even if we are stuck in our little Zoom boxes. As Councilmember Pine mentioned, we attended the Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration over at First Baptist here in the city. It was a very inspiring presentation, and they do this every year, and I always enjoy reading the essays that the kids prepare for their essay contest on Dr. King. And you know, sometimes public service gets you down and you get to listen to kids who inspire you, and it brings you back up. So I wanted to thank the pastor and Mrs. Blaylark for their invitation and for hosting this every year on MLK Day. I attended a meeting of the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy where we approved a pretty cool grant that I think we're going to like here. The Living Desert, we gave it to the Living Desert, and they're going to come out to Desert Hot Springs and put up a number of educational signs throughout the city. The project is called Signs of Nature, Connecting Desert Hot Springs to Nearby Nature. And they're going to design, fabricate, and install bilingual interpretive signs in 18 locations throughout the city, including the library, community center, other public locations in and around DHS, providing information and visuals to increase knowledge and a sense of ownership and access to our nearby nature and conservation areas, our trails, and our open space. They'll start by reaching out to the city and our community on designing the signs, and when we have some of those meetings scheduled, I'll let you know. Installation is expected to be finished by June of next year, 2023. CVMC is providing a $53,000 grant, and Living Desert is ponying up $40,000 in the other costs. So I think that'll be a really neat addition to our city and to our efforts to strengthen it. Outdoor recreation and bring people to the city for things like that. And as an aside, I was elected by the CVMC board to be chairman for the next year. So I look forward to serving in that role and working on our overall city's goal of making DHS a destination for outdoor recreation. Another really interesting announcement, the International Gay and Lesbian Aquatics Association is bringing their worldwide competition in swimming and water events to the desert this year. And Desert Hot Springs is going to be hosting the water polo competition at Furby Pool. That'll be April 6th to the 10th this coming spring. That'll be really, really neat. Last, I wanted to, or second to last, I should say, Mr. Muse brought up the issue regarding short-term vacation rentals. Councilmember Betts and myself have been working diligently on that, and we hope to bring some ideas forth to the council in February. Finally, I wanted to announce that I have to reluctantly accept the resignation of my appointed planning commissioner, Robert Griffith. His resignation will be effective the day after the February Planning Commission meeting, so he'll be there for that. And the city will be posting and accepting applications for that vacancy, which I will be reviewing throughout February so that we can have somebody appointed and they can start at the March meeting. It will be difficult to find someone with Mr. Griffith's attention to detail, work ethic, passion for the city, and skill chairing that commission, and I'm sorry to see him leave. And really brief on the subject of our commissions, I'm going to suggest to my colleagues that perhaps it's time we evaluated and increased the stipend we pay to our commission members. Right now, we're paying them $50 per meeting. I checked with most of the other cities across the valley. They're paying $100 to $150 for their commission stipends. I think it's time we increased ours to around $100 per meeting, which in the grand scheme of things amounts to a bottom line increase to the city budget of, hold on to your hats here, a whopping $3,000. I really believe we can afford this. And given the amount of hard work that all of our commissioners, both on public safety and on planning, put in the time and the dedication, particularly the planning commission, who has to review packets that are about the size of our city council packets, I do believe it's money well spent. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Betts.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it looks like we've got the holidays behind us, although I note there's a few residents who are hanging on to their Christmas lights even into February. So glad to see that holiday spirits there. Sunline is now hiring. If anybody's looking for a job as a route driver, it's a good career opportunity, good benefits. Put that out there. Like everybody else, it seems there's help wanted signs everywhere, and there's a lot of challenges right now at keeping the routes going at their appointed times. Attended the Southern California Association of Governments Transportation Committee meeting. There's a couple of ongoing conversations up there that impact all of us at some point in time. One of us is and I forget the exact term they use, but one of them is a effort towards 0 deaths on our highways. Well, that's obviously a lofty goal or something we want to work for, but it poses all kinds of problems of practicality. And it's a couple of places that's been tried. It's been very, very difficult to achieve. So some challenges there. And the other one is a push towards, which we all see, electrical vehicles, electric powered vehicles. But there's questions coming up on power generation for all those vehicles, and then on top of a lithium shortage, and then for our city locally charging stations. I know there's some conversation on social media where people were arguing over access to there was one charging station we have here at City Hall And I'm thinking, wow, if everybody in town, if half the cars are electric, the line for the charging stations are going to be weeks long. So anyhow, there's some detailed look being taken at that. I saw Marion Champion from Mission Springs Water District spoke regarding the water main break and how it flooded out several homes on 5th Street and 4th Street. And I hadn't originally meant to bring this up, but I just want to commend her and Mission Springs Water District for the job that she has been doing. I've had the opportunity to interact with her on behalf of a couple of residents who were concerned, and I was able to convey to those residents with a lot of confidence that Marion has their concerns at heart, and she is just doing one fantastic job. So congratulations to Mission Springs Water District on that hire. We just got through the New Year's Eve, and of course the fireworks were going off and accompanied by gunfire. That's not just something unique to our city. It's all over Southern California, and we have really got to do something about that, speaking from personal experience. And I guess somebody thought it was a shooting, just a time to start shooting. And it started at 11:15 and went on till 3:30 in the morning, including somebody unloading a 30-round clip at 3:15. And then the next day, neighbors were finding bullets in their yards. And the only reason I'm bringing this up right now, and we all know what happened, is that this council has got to show some resolve to get this problem solved. Years back, we authorized $5,000 as seed money to a serious task force to go after this. And I believe that if we really work this issue, that come 4th of July, we can see greatly reduced incidences of this and at least get a lid on it. But it's just hard to believe that we have to live with this. I love fireworks as much as anybody else, but it's out of hand. And when you got bullets dropping down in your yard and you can't go outside on New Year's Eve for fear of getting hit by a bullet, we've got to do a whole lot more. On the subject of doing a whole lot more, I'm really happy to see the reserve officers program that we've put in place that's taking more people to jail rather than just cite and releasing them. This is really critical. Somebody like a porch pirate is caught, those people stealing packages, they got to know that they're going to be taking a ride down to jail, not just getting a ticket so they can go back out and do it again. So I really want to commend staff for getting that put together. Had somebody comment about the vacation rentals, and as Mayor Pro Tem Gardner mentioned, he and I are working on that. I really think that it's gotten to the point where we may need to put something on the next agenda as far as some type of moratorium, any new applications. Gary, I don't know if you're interested in doing that, but we've got to get this thing that we're working on the agenda. I'll just give you an example. We got people in neighborhoods where out of 11 newly constructed homes, 5 of those became Airbnb, and then 2 homes, just homes selling everywhere, are becoming vacation rentals. And the fabric of the neighborhoods is just getting frayed. A potluck of everybody around 4th of July isn't going to happen because there's not going to be left. It's just going to be like living in a hotel row. So there's my push to let's hasten that along. And Gary, I'd love to get together with you. I mean, I know we've been working on this, we put a lot of work into it, but we need to speed this up. I concur with the residents that spoke. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer on revenue. I just see some signs out there that we're going to need to be careful. I'm happy to have Jeffrey Buckheim at the helm and giving these reports, and it looks like everything's okay. But we certainly, all of us can recognize there's some signals ahead that we've got to be mindful that good times are not going to roll forever. What happened in Houston when the oil boom broke? Somebody says, just bring me back an oil boom again, and I promise not to fritter it all away. And I'm not suggesting that we're frittering it all away, but I certainly want to raise the issue that we've got to be mindful of the spending always. Finally, I want to thank the staff for their efforts. Every day well, maybe not every day, but pretty close to it, they'll think so. I'm in contact with them regarding residents' concerns. And I don't think I've ever seen a time in the city when their concerns were addressed so quickly. Somebody complains about a bush that's overgrown a stop sign, or some litter somewhere or something, and they've just gone above and beyond to try and be very customer service oriented. And I see that every day. It's not something that I can detail for you here, except to just say thanks. And on the Hyundai, I don't think anybody has even the slightest clue how much of an effort and energy that took to get was a very bad situation to where that hotel is quiet and not the big problem. So I'll just end it here by saying thank you very much for your ongoing efforts. And our list is like one or two things that we see, and we always be mindful that you guys got a really long list of some pretty boring stuff sometimes, I think, but stuff that's necessary to do. And so I just want to give a shout out to you here. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. My report, I was trying not to go on too long here. We did take a little bit of a break, but I think all of us were working really hard to continue to serve the city, even though City Hall has had to close and its doors because of COVID. It has not stopped services. And even though the doors might seem to be locked sometimes, please call the number. If there's an issue with having to downstaff because of COVID, we're still operating and there's still somebody answering the phone. There might be somebody inside, just the doors are locked because of the COVID outbreaks. But I attended multiple RCTC meetings, nothing directly pertaining to Desert Hot Springs. The water main break that was alluded to by the Mission Springs Water District, I again want to thank our staff for being first responders out there, especially Doria Wilms as the city's PIO and deputy city manager. She helped coordinate all the staff that was needed. I know that Nick Haker and others were out there just working as quick as possible to do everything they could to make sure the city streets were safe. I happened to be quarantined for COVID for 10 days, and that was one of my first days out, and I ran out of the room as quick as I could to be in the fresh air. So I was able to walk the site and look at the damage that was done and meet some of the residents, and it was devastating to some of the homeowners there. Mission Springs, once they were able to get on site, correct the problem, their other departments stepped in and are working to correct all those issues along with roadways. So not something a lot of people probably would have saw or heard of unless you lived in that neighborhood, but it was pretty devastating to have thousands of gallons of water rushing down through your home in the middle of the night. So thank you to staff for all you did coming out of off your vacation to help work that. I was asked to give a greeting, as all mayors were in the Coachella Valley, on KWXY. If you are familiar with that station, it's kind of the Frank Sinatra era music. Joe Smith, who used to be one of the anchors on KMIR in the morning, has moved over there and is working that radio station. And he asked all the mayors to come in and give a greeting. So if you do listen to that, you might hear me on there for a second during the holidays. Wishing everybody happy holidays, but kind of a cool station. They're doing some cool things over there. So also Little League, I just want to reiterate what the deputy city manager had stated. Little League is an important organization to, I think, all of us. It's the oldest youth sports organization in town, started in 1972. Little League was not taken over by the city of Desert Hot Springs. It was offered from the Little League board to have Desert Hot Springs take over, as they've gone through a lot of ups and downs. I just want to stop any rumors. The city of Desert Hot Springs is not out there advocating to take over all youth sports. If youth sports comes to Desert Hot Springs, they'll have a conversation with the executive staff on if we have enough manpower to help run the organizations. What my goal working with that board was to make sure that we continued the long tradition of Little League in our community. And this model that's coming out where city rec departments are overseeing a lot of youth sports is not new, but it's new to us and obviously new to Roberta, who's going to be looking over this, overseeing this program. But it might be some bumps in the road here this first year, but once it gets underway, I'm sure it'll be very smooth, and the connection between the city and Little League will be strong. So just wanted to squash any rumors out there that the city's coming after any other youth sports leagues. That's not happening. If you're a strong board and you want to continue to have your youth sports in our community, we'll continue to support that. Parks Committee, Councilmember Nunez and I sit on there as advisors to the Parks Committee. They've met multiple times and made a recommendation to move forth on updating the park master plan. The city manager meets with us also. He'll be bringing those recommendations to the city council soon. Park master plan is outdated, needs to be updated every 5 to 7 years, I believe, and it's well outdated at this point with our new census and community moving in different directions. It's time to do that and move forward. So that'll be coming to you. Multiple council members reaching out to the city manager's office on the Highway 62 and Pearson area for a street light. As a representative for transportation, has been put on my plate a little bit. So I brought together Caltrans, I brought together the Coachella Valley Association of Governments with our assistant city manager, Daniel Porras, and they're working to build a bigger meeting with Caltrans and whomever they think is necessary to try to get that scheduled. There is highway funding money. This is probably the time to be going after that. So there's an opportunity in the near future. I'm sure Danny will be giving an update to the city council on that. So anyone that's concerned about that intersection, stand by. I'm sure there'll be some update here coming very soon. COVID, it's not going away. I just want everybody to be cautious. I'm being extra cautious. For some reason, I'm fully vaccinated and I can catch COVID twice now. I'm not sitting here bragging about catching it, that's for sure, because it's not a fun experience. But I also want to warn everybody that the reason that we're having these virtual meetings and we're continuing to be cautious is that this is a fast spreader, this variant. And we want everybody to be as safe as possible. I know the City of Desert Hot Springs has been working with many organizations along with our school districts to make sure that the vaccines are available to you, booster shots, all that. So if you choose, which is your right, to get the vaccine, it is out there. I know there is a lot of issues on the rapid testing because there's so many that were bought up. But I know the school district's sending them home. Please, if you feel sick, just stay home. It could be the flu, it could be a cold, who knows what it is. But if it's COVID, it could be spread pretty fast. So we're going to have to stay vigilant on this and stay cautious out there until we know it's safe for everybody. But the City of Desert Hot Springs is not going to go above and beyond any of the requirements by the state unless the council decides to change its mind on that. I think you have full support for our businesses and everybody else. It's just your responsibility as a citizen to be safe, wear your mask, and make sure that other people are safe around you. So I just ask that. I did meet with a couple of the cannabis industry partners in our cannabis area and where they're going in the future. Nothing to report on yet, but it does lead me into what I announced in the State of the City that we're working towards a Made in Desert Hot Springs larger cannabis event that will lead up to the next State of the City in May. The city manager will probably have more to report on in the future here. I would love all the council members to give input on what they would love to see in that event. Talk with the city manager's office. Put your 2 cents, 4 cents in. I think this is a collaboration from the whole council. I think all of us, I'd love for all of us to participate in this. The way I see it, and this is just a vision, is it's a week-long conference that basically highlights our city, and there's multiple events, and we're able to, as council members, be able to meet with new and prospective developers for our community. So this is an opportunity, I think, at this time to really look at the industry and see where we're going in the future. I think we need to capture what's out there. I know some people are talking about a dip in the industry, and I'm not sure if that's happening completely yet, but we'll never know unless we try. So please, comments to the city manager's office, and let's build a great event. This isn't my event. This isn't city staff's event. This is our event, and this is for us to promote our community in the best way we can. Let's see. I wanted to thank staff and all the hard work from our, especially from Roberta Cernick's office on the holiday parade. That was just, again, a great opportunity for the city to get together. I know it was right at the beginning of this variant of COVID. We took a chance, but I think it was something the city truly needed when we put that event on. So having the holiday parade and the gathering at the end with the music and the vendors and the rides, and it's growing. I think we're going to have to grow this event so that we can have more room for people. It's just so many people out there enjoying themselves. Lines are long, and we're just going to have to look at this as maybe a bigger event in the future. And Roberta's probably getting stomach pains, but it's really an awesome event. And people, I think all council members can say most of the time we hear from the public is from something that's happened to them or something that they need. And it's our job. It's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to listen. But it's always nice to hear good things. And when that event happens, I have people stopping me and saying thank you and for all the work you're doing. And I have to point to the people with staff shirts on and say, stop and thank them too. They're the ones that are doing the work. We're 5 people that are lucky enough to sit up here and give and know that there's enough money there to put on these events for you and set the policy to city staff to go ahead with these events. But they're the ones that do all the work. So thank them. Let's see. Principal Tanako is the new principal at Desert Hot Springs High School. If you hadn't heard, he has been a principal in our community. Started in Beverlin Wells Elementary School and moved to Desert Springs Middle School a couple of years ago, I believe, or last year. And then recently with the principal at the high school, Dr. Cota, moving on to another school district, he was appointed. And I want to say I couldn't be more thrilled. He has a real heart for our community. He's been working within the community for a long time, trying to help kids outside the school to get higher education and the things they need. And he's in the right position right now. This is not a knock on any of the past principals, but I can count on my fingers how many times those principals have contacted me, each of them, and had conversations with me. One hand. Counting one hand in the 6 weeks that he's been appointed, I've already had 4 meetings with him. So he is very interested in moving this community forward and very interested in partnering with our community. So I'm thrilled to see that. We have a lot of work to do as a partnership when it comes to that and making sure our youth is taken care of. But I now know that we have a true partner at the high school that's going to help with that. Fire services, if you weren't able to see the presentation that was given at 5:30 by our division chief, fire chief, he gave a presentation on where we're going with fire services. The city council gave direction in the last budget cycle to give more money to public safety on the fire side of things so that we could start to promote extra services in our community. A lot of you don't realize, but Station 37 is the busiest in the whole county of Riverside. It's nicknamed the House of Pain because anyone that works there is just really overworked. We have given permission to move forward on a medic squad. We've obviously broke ground or are getting ready to break ground on a third fire station in our community. And the plan going forward has been presented. If you have a time that is recorded, and will be available for you to watch. So if you didn't see the 5:30 to 6 presentation on fire services, please take time to do that. The city is working towards really strengthening our fire services here in Desert Hot Springs, which is important, along with all our public safety. As mentioned, the Hyundai Hotel and then 5th Street. I mean, as mentioned by some council members, it's so much work by staff going into this to make sure that our directions are seen. And when we see dilapidated buildings and people committing crimes and sucking public safety services away from people that truly need them, we have to step in and be proactive. And this is us being proactive as a city council and pushing hard. There was a lot of money spent to make sure that the Hyundai Hotel was closed down for proper reasons, and that we'll be moving towards a revocation on that property, the same as it was on 5th Street. I think you're seeing a pattern by this city council, and I hope future city councils, and some of this was set up by prior city councils. But we're on a path to not let slumlords and people that are doing things that shouldn't be doing things as developers and owners of properties treat our city like it's second class, and that's not going to happen anymore under my watch. I think all 4 council members, I can speak for them at this point. We are not here to allow that type of activity in our community anymore. It is not an easy process. Fifth Street itself took almost 5 years to get to where it is today. The Hyundai took, I think, over a year from the initial conversations. So it is not an easy process at all to get to where we're at. But we are working hard as a city council to make sure that what we see in our community is fixed. It's just not as easy as taking a person off the street or sending a developer to jail. It's people have these outlandish ideas about how easy it is to do things, and a lot of times it's not that simple, especially when you have to go to court and get orders and do those types of things. So I really wanted to reiterate how we ended last year was on a really positive high note on getting some of these dilapidated properties cleaned up. And if you're a property owner out there and you're not going to clean up your property, we're coming after you. We really are. We have a committee, we have a council, and we have a city staff that is committed to making sure that you make your city look as beautiful as it should for the residents that live here. So I'll get off my soapbox there on that one and end with this. St. Jude's is a great organization to support. Desert Hot Springs is fortunate enough to have the St. Jude home build here in Desert Hot Springs at Agua Dulce. If you have a chance, they've raised the tickets sales from $10,000 to $12,500. I would love to see this city sell out. Almost every dollar that they raise goes into research for cancer patients and youth cancer patients, and it is a great opportunity. It's $100. You can win a $470,000 home, and it would be in the beautiful development of Agua Dulce. You can go online to St. Jude's, and I think there's the process, the form you have to fill out there. My wife and I bought 2 tickets. I don't know which one she's going to get or I'm going to get, but we won't argue over if we win it. But there's also many other events leading up to that. So if you get a chance, please donate a few dollars towards that. I think it's important that we show our support here in Desert Hot Springs, especially that the house is being built there. And finally, Happy New Year to everybody. This is our first meeting back. This is a brand new year. Let's just hope for the best. I know it hasn't started out the greatest with COVID, but there's a lot of great things coming down the pipe. I'm excited where we're going as a city for this year. So with that said, I'm going to stop babbling on and get to the agenda here. I know we have some people. I was going through the Zoom boxes here, so I'm going to move a couple items up. I'm going to start with the tour to Palm Springs, and that's item number 10 of the administrative calendar. I know that Mr. Esser is on the line. I'm going to start with city staff report. Danny Porras, our assistant city manager, and then I'll give it over to Mr. Betts, who's kind of brought this to our attention again and been a big supporter of the tour to Palm Springs. So we'll start with Mr. Porras.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Give me a couple seconds just to get the share screen going. Perfect. All right, just to confirm, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. This item is regarding the 2022 Tour de Palm Springs and the Desert Hot Springs route. Little brief information on Tour de Palm Springs. Tour de Palm Springs event is a cycling charity event. It's held in Palm Springs and it travels through the entire Coachella Valley. Every year there's about 6,000 to 10,000 cyclists that come from all over the world to participate. The event starts and ends in Palm Springs, and there are various staging areas set up throughout the Coachella Valley. The Tour de Palm Springs is a charitable event that brings in tourists and generates revenue and provides charitable funds to local organizations. The Tour de Palm Springs cycling routes have either passed through, within, or next to the city of Desert Hot Spring limits. Just a quick map in Tour de Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs. This is the routes for 2017, 2018. The routes here are shown in red. The blue lines are showing the city of Desert Hot Springs limits, and the streets are shown in white. The 2017 and 2018 route traveled on Indian, went on Garnett, went north on Worsley, and then east on Dillon Road towards the city of Coachella. In 2019, there was a proposed change, also shown in red here, where the route went up north on Indian, Garnett, north on Worsley, east on Indian, all the way down to Pearson, and then through Palm Drive and east on Dillon. This route was actually not approved by council, but instead council approved to going back to the 2018 route. In 2020, the Tour de Palm Springs route, again, is shown in red. It started on going north on Indian, Garnett, Worsley, back down to Indian, all the way down to Dillon Road, and then east towards Coachella. This route did have staging area in the city of Desert Hot Springs, and it was in the Angel View Center there on Dillon Road. The proposed 2022, before I added actually, in 2021, there was no event. The proposed 2022 event has it going up north on Indian, Garnett, north on Worsley, back to Indian, then turning on Mission Lakes, and then turning down Little Morongo all the way to Dillon, then heading towards Coachella. This route also has a staging area, but this staging area is now located on the Mission Lakes Shopping Center, which is on Mission Lakes Country Club, Mission Lakes Boulevard, and Little Morongo Road. The proposed route has a staging area, again, on Mission Lakes Marketplace. There are 9 intersections that will be impacted: Worsley Pearson, Worsley at Indian, Mission Lakes at Indian, Indian at Pearson, Indian at Two Bunch Palms, Little Morongo at Dillon, and Dillon at Palm. Since there will be some intersections that are impacted and lanes that will be impacted, there will be traffic control devices. That means signs, cones, barricades. Those traffic control devices will cost an estimated $6,242. The Tour de Palm Springs will be responsible for payment of those resources. There will also be manual traffic control staffing, which means there will be officers at the intersections listed above. That cost is estimated between $7,309 and $9,746, depending on the actual hours, and that's an in-kind cost. Staff recommendation is to approve the 2022 route through the city limits. And the second one is to consider the funding the in-kind city estimated cost range between $7,309 and $9,746 for the manual traffic control staffing at intersections. That includes my staff reports. I'll gladly answer any questions. And just as you said, Mayor, Tim Esser is here from the Tour de Palm Springs.
Before I get over to Tim, Mr. Betts, would you like to add anything?
Just briefly, first thank staff for a very detailed report. You know, I think the impetus behind this is the same as we've seen with the water polo event at the, you know, at the Furby Center, bringing in people to our city. And I think was it 2 years ago when the event took place, it went down Indian and then it stopped in at on Dillon at Angel View in a dirt lot. And you could see a lot of, well, it wasn't the most beautiful view of our city. So I think a key component of this is that it's, we got a much better showcase at Mission Lakes Marketplace. It's a beautiful shopping center and provide a much better view for 8,000 to 10,000 riders. I think it's about 8,000 riders coming in from all over the country and the world who are generally wealthy enough to be able to afford to have expensive bikes and go on these trips, and then become more aware of our city. Part of that staging area, it's I hope as long as council is approving is an agreement is I've met with the hoteliers and they're very interested in setting up a some type of display there. And I think you know, Tim Esser has agreed, Tour de Palm Springs has agreed to let us showcase our boutique spas. Talked to Matthew at Mi Casa Spa. He actually has ridden the Tour de Palm Springs a few times, and as I mentioned it to him, he says, I know exactly what they'll need. I know exactly how we'll make this presentation. And so he and Maria Elise are excited about the opportunity to showcase our city. And the key here is that this year, you know, looking at going down Palm was when the staff came back with a very detailed report, it became obvious that that's a bigger undertaking, I think, than we could make this year. So the route down Little Morongo actually becomes a better view for our city. It opens up the route for, opens up the stop there at Mission Lakes Marketplace. And then I think it also becomes a safer route for the riders. So that's it, other than, of course, this is a charity event. And like any other charity event that comes through us, this one has particularly good benefit to our residents, maybe that Tim Esser, to the groups and organizations in our city. So with that, maybe Tim could explain, add that in his comments, the different groups that are assisted with the money that they raise here in our city. And that would all I have right now, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Esser, why don't you go ahead and add what you need to add?
Me unmute there. Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Good evening, council. Yes, Tour de Palm Springs, we're on our 24th year right now. And we are going to be having a good year this year. We just found out that the Super Bowl Sunday is on the same weekend. That's the first time that has happened in many, many, many years, only because I think COVID's delayed the Super Bowl. But we are still above average on attendance, which is the good news. And right now, we had a count this morning. We should be on line to hit between, we don't know. We won't know till a week out. About 6,000 to 8,000 cyclists is what we should be expecting. We sometimes on a good day will hit up to 10,000. But some of the charities we benefited out there, I believe I sent that in to Dan, if I'm not mistaken, or to Russ. I apologize, but there's I think about $7,000 we've been donating to the city charities there in Desert Hot Springs, the high school. I know Angel View. I can go on and on with names. I think over the years it probably comes out to be over $100,000 from the tour's inception. So, but we really depend on the Desert Hot Springs High School and other charities to assist us in band playing. It's a great partnership. So that being said, we really want to promote the hotels with the spas out there. That was what our goal for this year in past years is to get people up there, because they love massages, they love these spas. When they get done riding 100 miles or 50 miles, they truly love massages and spas. And I think the whole a big benefit is to have Desert Hot Springs promote that as much as possible. And I'm talking, maybe for next year we can get started a lot earlier and let these people know the opportunity that there are a lot of hotels out there with these natural hot spas. Now, I know you've had our cyclists in your hotels. I've talked to your hoteliers before. They love our event, and there's been times where we have filled up their hotels depending on the amount of people that we do have. So again, Desert Hot Springs, a great partnership, and again, I want to thank Russ for reaching out initially. It's I think it's a lot of open roads up there, which people love. Cyclists don't like traffic lights, they don't like cars. And that's one of the prime areas that they love. That in the East Valley around Coachella, Indio, same way.
And Mr. Mayor, I just have one other quick point, if I could. The add to this, put it in perspective. The time of the event is, since this starts out in Palm Springs and then goes through our city, and we've got the 100-mile route and the 50-mile route, not the slower 25-mile route riders. And so the time frame is probably starting around, there'll be some activity out there with the tops and barricades, that type of stuff. So it's 6, but probably the last riders are going through at 11:30. Probably by the time a lot of the residents wake up, this will already have been through the city. So the impact should be, as far as any disruption to traffic or anything like that, should be minimal. I've been out driving the streets, even Palm Drive, on Saturday morning at those times, and it's our city is pretty quiet at that time, so that's an added plus. But the main thing is that we got a showcase for our city and our hoteliers, if we do this right, to really provide some benefit and raise some money for the local charities.
City clerks, do you have any public comments?
No, we do not.
Thank you. What time, Tim, do you think the racers will be coming? What time do the roads get closed off or I don't know if that's a Danny question or a Tim Esser question.
I can answer your first question, and it's important to know this is not a race. It's actually a fun ride. So people, they come out their own expectations of what they want to ride for. So matter of fact, we have a thing going on. Anytime anyone says the word race, we fine them $1. And then, but it's tax deductible. We donate that to a charity. So I can tell you the first rider will be coming up the Mission Marketplace probably around 7:15. The last rider on the 100 will be at 8:45. Now, that's after starting in Palm Springs. Now, we also have the 50-mile route coming up there, which starts at 8 o'clock out of Palm Springs. And we will have the first 50-miler be hitting your area. Well, hitting that Mission Marketplace right at about 8:30. Now, we figured that you should have no one there past 10 o'clock. Mission Marketplace should be empty by 10. However, if God decides he wants to blow kisses at us at a whirlwinds coming at us at maybe 15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, which has happened, that will slow this down very considerably. But we've not had that in the last several years anyway, so it's been good. But the winds will hold up the riders, but that's on an average day. So again, I don't see anyone being there. And I say 10 o'clock, that's pretty late. So, and then from that point, it's all downhill. And these guys will be traveling on an average. They travel to about 20 to 25, anywhere from 15 to 25 miles an hour on a flat. When they're going downhill, most of them will be between, just above that because, they'll hit maybe 30 miles an hour. I've hit that many times coming down that little Morongo.
I just wanted, the reason I asked is there's a charity golf tournament, of course, at Mission Lakes that day, Food Now. So unfortunately, I'll work with them to make sure we can get the traffic around for the people coming outside the area, because it looks like you'll be blocking the roads about the time that they'll be wanting their tournament people to show up and play. So, but not a big deal. We'll work it out, and we just have to. I'll work with staff and make sure they know that. I just got notified today of the tournament date and just looked at your date, and I'm like, oh, that's gonna be a little bit of a push. I've supported this in the past. I really think that when you start planning this event in the future, if you can bring Desert Hot Springs on board, I don't know where the city council is going to go tonight with the support on this or not, but if it does in the future, I would love to see, and I think Russell and I have talked about this many times, is a route through the north end of the city that bypasses Dillon Road. Palm Drive is a tough one, but there's Pearson, Miracle Hill, Desert View that goes by Cabot, out Mountain View, Long Canyon that could bypass Dillon Road. We have always had an issue, as Councilmember Betts said, the city's pretty quiet, but there are quite a few people that try to leave in the mornings to go to work, that still work and shop and stuff. And so that Dillon and intersection has always been a heartache to me. But I see the what we need to do this year. If I'm going to be supportive of it, I'm not sure what the rest of the council will do, but I would like to see it that route. And I'll work with staff on the golf tournament that's going to be working at Mission Lakes Boulevard to make sure that all those golfers can get in there. And then we'll go from there. But I'll turn it over to, let's see on my screen here, Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nobody's a bigger champion and fan of showing off the city than I am, I think. But I have to be honest and say I'm not terribly persuaded that this brings us a big benefit compared to the costs involved. We have 3 roads basically in and out of this city, and this ties them all up for a big chunk of the morning. We have a lot of residents complaining about that. We have a lot of residents trying to get to work. And from previous past years, we've had a lot of complaints and a lot of sour feelings. Not as bad as La Quinta got with their Ironman one, but we're not as big as that either. The biggest issue I have with this, and I can support pushing the route through to a limited degree. And I think I agree with the mayor that we can, in future years, if we do this, push it further around the north end so that we don't tie up Dillon and Palm. But the part that I have great heartburn over is the cost involved to our public safety, the dollar cost of that. I did some checking with every other city in the valley, and the only city that is covering and waiving the costs of their public safety department is Palm Springs. They're donating $50,000 to cover that cost. Indio raises funds from various businesses throughout their city to cover those public safety costs. And we are a much smaller city. We have a much tighter public safety budget, and we're asking to spend $10,000 on covering those public safety costs. And every other city that I've talked to has said that they treat Tour de Palm Springs like any other city and require them to pay all of their permit fees and public safety costs. So I think at a minimum, that's what we should be doing in this case, and going on from there. But in the long run, as somebody who's very much involved in the tourism industry for the city, I don't see a dollar cost benefit coming to us from that. And I don't like to see us spending $10,000 to cover that cost. And I don't like tying up our three major routes in and out of the city for half of the day on Saturday. That's what I've got, Mr. Mayor. You're on mute, Scott.
Sorry. Mr. Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think it's no surprise that the NFL chose to choose extend their season one more week, and I think that was Roger Goodell's way of competing with you, Mr. Esther. So I do apologize for that, but I can guarantee you'll have my support, and I think this is a great event to start off on. In the future, I would like to see maybe a starting point start in Desert Hot Springs somewhere. Maybe down the road we can look at that and see what would best strategically coordinate with the rest of the valley. So that sounds like a positive event. Can't wait. I'll be out there to support you.
Ms. Pye.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Gardner. What I would like to do is do this, but if you come much earlier next time and let us work this out. Part of what Mr. Betts said earlier was we have to learn how to spend money, and that's true. So what I would like, we do this, you come earlier next time, and we try and figure this out. I'm done.
Mr. Betts, I'll give you the last comments.
I just wanted to just say, in fairness to Mr. Esser and Tour de Palm Springs, this has been in the works for at least, I'm going to say, 6 months now. So that, we did. It's unfortunate that it's coming on the agenda at such a late time. I think with COVID and the the holidays coming up, probably would have more opportunity to have this on the agenda at the beginning of the year. But I think through some work with staff researching past issues, they decided that it probably it needed to get on here, and so it's just unfortunate that it's late. That said, you've got 8,000 riders coming through and planning a course through Desert Hot Springs. So I don't know what happens if that doesn't go through. And I just want to say that you look at the Ironman in La Quinta. They keep doing it because there's benefit to these things. And you look around at these different cities, and everybody's got an event that's not just an event in their city, but an event that's bringing people to their city. And this is how you build and make Desert Hot Springs an attractive place. This is how you bring people in. And the indication that I've gotten from the hoteliers has been that, yes, they're very much looking forward to this opportunity. I think with some more planning, a little bit more time, we could even make that a better showing. It'll be a good showing as it is. And so I'm just going to disagree with that. And I don't know where the three major routes are tied up, but I don't see a big impact there. I don't see three routes tied up. I see Little Morongo, and that's basically it. So, okay, anyhow, I just really hope that this one council will see forward to support this fully. And I don't know at what point in time you want a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that the City Council support the route as presented down Little Morongo, and that the providing the in-kind services for the different intersections to provide for the rider safety and event safety.
I'll second your motion, Mr. Betts.
I have a motion and a second. Any further comments?
Yes, am I allowed to say anything else? I'm sorry, or is that?
Not at this time, Mr. Esser.
No
Thank you, though. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez?
Sorry, hold on. Right before you said Councilmember Betts, Ms. Pye raised her finger.
I want to know if I can ask for a friendly amendment that next year we provide the council with an early event and we can figure out the cost.
I would certainly agree to that and include that for next year, that there be much sooner presentation to the council, and that I agree with you completely. Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Nunez, do you support that amendment?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Pye, you had a final comment?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nunez?
Aye.
Councilmember Pye?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
No.
And Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Gardner opposed.
Thank you very much. Thank you for spending the evening with us, Mr. Esser. You do not have to stick around.
Okay.
Our next item, I'm going to
Thank you very much.
Next item I move up on our agenda is item number 11, the Habitat for Humanity fundraising request. This will be reported by our Deputy City Manager, Doria Wilms.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. So tonight, before you is an item asking you to consider a funding request in the amount of $200,000 from Habitat for Humanity for the construction of 2 low to moderate income homes in the city. On November 9th, 2021, city staff met with representatives from Habitat for Humanity to discuss the process to develop homes on 2 vacant lots in the city that are owned by the organization. The first vacant lot, I'm going to share my screen very quickly to show you this. The first vacant lot is actually, can you see that?
Yes.
Perfect. So the first vacant lot is located on Flora Avenue. It's highlighted here in red, APN 641-091011. And the second vacant lot is on Mission Lakes Boulevard. That is between Palm Drive and Santa Cruz. Also, again, highlighted here in red. On November 18th, Habitat for Humanity submitted a letter requesting support from the city of Desert Hot Springs in the amount of $100,000 for each of the 2 homes in the form of cash contributions and reductions in permits and/or impact fees. In the fundraising request letter, Habitat for Humanity states that the city's partnership in these projects would assist in facilitating their ability to break ground on these lots in the first quarter of 2022. Each home is slated to encompass approximately 1,400 square feet, and the overall construction budget is estimated at $500,000. In addition to contributing their own capital, Habitat for Humanity is seeking grants and donations to cover the remaining construction costs. They have indicated that applicants would be screened to select 2 low to moderate income families to purchase the homes with affordable income-based mortgages. Additionally, Habitat for Humanity has specified that every effort would be made to give preference to current residents of Desert Hot Springs. In addition to new home construction, Habitat for Humanity provides a brush of kindness, safety, hazard, and property damage repairs, emergency household needs assistance, pandemic-related wellness checks, and linkage and referrals to vital community services. As part of this request, Habitat for Humanity has indicated that they would welcome the opportunity to explore opportunities for a brush of kindness projects in Desert Hot Springs in conjunction with the 2 proposed builds to maximize the impact of their work in the city. Should the council elect to move forward with funding, options include direct funding to Habitat for Humanity from Fund 700 Housing Authority in an amount to be specified by the City Council. Fund 700 Housing Authority is restricted and must be used for low moderate housing and or neighborhood renewal programs and uses. This fund is supplied via former redevelopment obligations and has a current balance of $1.5 million. Staff anticipates additional funds of $1.6 million over the next 2 fiscal years for a total of $3.1 million for these types of uses. It is also estimated that the cost of building, planning, and engineering permits and plan check fees would total approximately $19,640 per home. Staff is asking the City Council to provide direction with respect to funding this request. That concludes my staff report, but I do have David Thornton, Tracy Tremblay, I believe both are here from Habitat for Humanity, and they do also have a short presentation and would like to, I believe, go over some other projects that they've done in the city and continue to do in the city.
Before you give it over to Dave and Tracy, I just wanted to say that they met with my office and I brought in the city manager's office, and they're going to give you a report here on some of the projects that they've done here in the community. And I asked them when they were going to build these homes, what have other cities done? And it's kind of where this ask came from. And so I'm hoping all of you will support this, but not just because I'm asking, because of what they're about to show you on what they've done for Desert Hot Springs and what they can do in the future. And I would like to talk about more partnerships after this. So, Dave?
Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Hi, everybody. This is Tracy Tremblay. I'm the president of the Board of Habitat for Humanity. Here with me tonight is Dave Thornton, our executive director. I'm going to give you a pretty brief overview of Habitat for Humanity and what we do, and then kind of pitch our request to you tonight. And then Dave's going to present a short PowerPoint presentation to give a little bit of an overview of some of our programs and specifically what we've been doing in the city of Desert Hot Springs and the impact we've had in your community already. Our specific chapter of Habitat for Humanity has been operating in the Coachella Valley for approximately 30 years. Our mission is pretty simple. It's to provide housing stability to low to moderate income families who are some of our most vulnerable citizens. Our chapter builds approximately 1 to 2 homes per year. Our last build was in 2021, and we built 2 homes in the city of Indio. We've been fortunate over the last few years to have 2 lots within the city of Desert Hot Springs donated to us, and we are targeting those 2 lots for our home builds in 2022, but we would need some partnership with the city in order to do that. We provide housing stability through a few different programs. One is our new home build program. One is our Brush with Kindness program, and then our emergency services program. So I'm going to specifically give a brief overview on our new home build program and how that works. I'm going to try not to get too lost in the weeds and details. So at the end of our presentation, if anyone has any questions, wants some more details, wants some more clarification, please feel free to ask. We're currently working on our pre-development tasks for these 2 new home builds. We have selected GHA Companies as our contractor. GHA Companies is a longtime developer and home builder in the Valley. I know they're very well known to the city of Desert Hot Springs as they have current projects under construction in your city. GHA has partnered with us for about 10 to 15 years on multiple home builds, and they've done our last several home builds. So they would be our contractor for these 2 homes. The way it works, families are qualified to apply based on income levels. So they have to be low to moderate income. They also have to demonstrate the ability to qualify for a conventional mortgage, although the mortgage is a little bit different than traditional market rate mortgage. They get a break on the interest rate, and they also get a break on the closing costs, and they have a more favorable down payment. We choose families based on, 1, their ability to qualify, and once they're able to qualify, 2, their level of need. All of our families are housing insecure. Many of them are living in substandard housing, so we try to select families based on the severity of their need. They also have to put in 200 hours of sweat equity, which are volunteer hours with Habitat for Humanity. When it comes to the home builds, our minimum construction budget is anticipated to be approximately $500,000. And that amount is based on our builds from last year. We all know that construction pricing right now is very volatile. It continues to increase. Additionally, our builds last year did not include the requirement of a solar system, which is now required. So we're actually anticipating our budget is going to be in excess of $500,000. When we sell the homes to the families, the sales price is based on their ability to repay. So the majority of the time, our cost per home is between $250,000 and sometimes up to $300,000 for our actual construction. But most of our families can only qualify to pay a mortgage of between about $135,000 and $150,000. So what ends up happening is they end up with a first mortgage in that amount, kind of that range of amount, whereas the cost is much higher. So as an organization, when we build homes, we're selling those homes at usually a 50% discount or more. So that leads us to our request for partnership funding with a minimal budget of $500,000, likely to exceed that, and sales revenue likely to be around $300,000, if not a little bit less. We end up with around a $200,000 shortfall at a minimum. The only way for us to be able to financially build these homes is with partnership from the city. And as Scott, Mr. Mayor mentioned, this is the model we've used with other cities in the Valley. Most recently in Indio partnered with us at a contribution of $100,000 per home. And it makes it financially feasible for us to build these homes and have impact in the community and help some low to moderate income families. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dave, and he's going to go over what we've been doing in our city so far.
Thanks, Tracy, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's great to be here with you, and thank you for listening to us and our appeal. Like Tracy said, we're happy to come to tonight to also not only ask to better the community with 2 affordable homes, but also to show you what we've been doing in the community with our efforts. And so I'm going to bring up a slide presentation here and speak to these slides. And so, okay, so this is us doing a wall raising with our Home Depot.
We can't see it, dude.
Okay. Not sure why. Let's see. We test drove this before we did it here. Can you see it now?
No, let me go ahead and pull up the slides.
Okay.
Give me just 1 minute, please.
This is the fun of being virtual.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I think I might have discovered the.
I can do it if you want me to just do it, Dave.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. And so,
No problem. So can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so you are just gonna have to tell me, Dave, when to switch the slides.
Thank you so much, Doria. Okay, this is us doing a barn raising basically with our Home Depot volunteers out one year. And we try to get as many individuals out at either home builds or restoration projects as we can. As Tracy had mentioned, that we use GHA as a contractor because right now it's a little bit less expensive to use a general contractor to build a home than it is to me to hire my construction manager and then go out there for supplies, whereas a builder can somehow access better prices for supplies. And then, so we just it just pencils out better by having a general contractor. And then when we want to get our volunteers involved, then we involve them in the certain days of the builds, whether it's irrigation or painting and so on. Okay, next slide. This is us in the city of Desert Hot Springs here. We had a call by somebody who asked us if They would help us with the overgrowth in their mobile home park. They couldn't afford to pay a landscaper or a gardener to clip it back. They couldn't do it themselves, and they just needed a lot of help. And the more would go untreated, the more of a mess it would be, and more expensive. So we went out there with our volunteers and cleaned it up in about 4 or 5 hours time. Next slide. So we've been in the valley here, as Tracy said, for 30 years, but we've really been hitting hard our home restoration programs. It could also be considered a brush with kindness or even aging in place. But we get involved, and we're a very grassroots organization. We're very organic. So when we get a call, we get our community together, we kind of scratch our heads and see how we can best serve that family. So this is a house that's in Palm Springs. The Rotarians came out one day to paint it. There's the before and after shots there. And then this year, over the time since we painted it, it had a lot of leaks in the roofs, and they said, between 2 and 3 inches of rain were falling in the living room and bedroom. So we wrote a grant to Wells Fargo and Habitat International, got some money. And so 2 months ago, we put a new roof on this woman's house. So now she's not only looking good, but she's safe and warm and dry. Okay, next. This is a home in Palm Desert. Again, we work our way all the way around the valley, not only building homes, but also working with the cities. This is a home that had as much foliage overgrowth in the front as it did in the back. And this woman had 2 kids, and one of them with disabilities, developmental disabilities. And so, again, couldn't afford to kind of clean up, trim up. The city was concerned about the overgrowth with code enforcement. And so we went to work on it, and we brought a crew out there. And the picture on the right is the after pictures. Also in the backyard as well, because sometimes the overgrowth not only takes their house, but their neighbor's house. So again, no cost to the homeowner. Okay, next one, Doria. All right, the 2 pictures on the right here is we got a call from the City of Indio's code enforcement, and they said this is a neighbor right to the left of the city hall, and said it was a wonderful couple there. I think the spouse had passed away. The woman is living there, and it's just overgrown. She can't afford to do anything to her home. So the overgrowth was all cleaned up. We put all new fencing in, stained the fencing, and then we ended up cleaning out the backyard and painting the house and doing some landscaping in front. This stuff can be quite costly. So what do? We write grants. And to afford to do this, so it's no cost to the homeowner, we get volunteers like Home Depot. We had 250 out one day. Keller Williams Real Estate, we had 80 volunteers out another day. And then on that volunteers list kind of goes down. MSA Consulting, 29 Palms Marine Base, the soldiers there are wonderful. Bard Medical, they're a catheter manufacturer that came to town. They said, what can we do? We said, we got some work for you. So Victory Christian Center, National Charity League, and so on. So we try to get any organizations. And when we met with the mayor, Scott, he said there's a number of groups in the city now that are forming to do collective work, and we'd love to work with them. Okay, next one. And this is a home on 4th Street that we acquired about 13 years ago. And we had moved a family in there, a low-income family in there. They paid rent with an option to buy. They ended up not buying. They ended up not paying rent. They were kind of not too good to the home. And after 10 years, we asked them to leave. And we refurbished the inside of the house through volunteerism. We painted all the inside, put all new appliances in, and painted the outside, and gave a family of 5 the opportunity to purchase the house. They were 5 of them living in a trailer in Desert Hot Springs, and now 5 of them are living in that house, and hopefully they're happy and doing well. So what have we done this year? In 2020, well, thank you, Doria. Next slide. So this year alone, we worked with the city, the citizens. So on the left side, it shows what the request was, and on the right side, it shows how we resolved. So we got a call from a 93-year-old woman with a broken washer and dryer, and her neighbors were washing her clothes. She says, is there any way you could help me? Again, all our referrals come either from a friend or from the homeowner itself, or maybe from an organization, Jewish Family Services, Catholic Charities, a church member, and so on. So Habitat purchased a new washer and dryer for the woman. When then the valves weren't working, the hot and cold, so we replaced the valves. And then the exterior pressure regulator valve wasn't working, and the line was corroded, so we had a plumber come in and replace the lines. Next, we had a previously homeless woman who about was like 4 months ago, she said, I was homeless, living in my car. I got Section 8 housing and I have no furniture. I'm sitting in an empty apartment. So we purchased a new bed for her. And then we furnished a kitchen table, chairs, couches, utensils, dresser, lamps, linens, etc. So she's a happy camper, and we're so happy about that. The next one was a group home for homeless in the city, requested a 100-gallon water heater for their short-term residents. So we went out and bought a 100-gallon water heater. It was $1,500, but that was needed, and off they went. And then an elderly man about a month ago called and said, my house is flooded. I heard you guys might be able to help me. My water has been shut off, but I've got, water drenched carpeting and furniture all over the place, and I don't know what to do. The neighbors were bringing him bottled water for drinking and cooking, but he couldn't flush his toilet or take a bath. So I had a plumber going in there, and we were going to replumb the whole house. Oddly enough, he said he didn't want his house torn up in the walls and the flooring. So he said, can I just opt for you repairing everything, and then I'll just live with cold water? So we said, as you wish, sir. So he's at least he's warm and dry, and may have cold water, but that's his choosing. Okay, the next slide, and I'll go quickly through this one here. Another previously homeless woman called us and said, can you just help me with a dresser? And you may know we have a thrift store called Restore. It's in Palm Desert on Monterey. And we don't like to make this a known fact, but if there's a desperate situation and emergency services are needed, we go ahead and dedicate and donate some needed items from our store to help them. Again, we sell that gently used furniture and construction material to make money to do these projects and to build homes, but we don't want people to know we're giving away things, but we also want people to know that if it's a dire situation, we'd sure like to see if we can help. So I had a call from a gentleman in a wheelchair. He says, I got this configuration in my kitchen. I just can't get to my refrigerator the way it's configured. I think that the freezer was too high and so on. So we went and bought him a brand new refrigerator to his liking and his needs. A pastor in the community called and said he's got a house helping the homeless, and he needed help with buying an electric range. So we got him an electric range. A senior citizen, previously homeless, had no bed, dishware, or a table. We helped that person out. And whenever there's a bed, we buy a new bed and frame and so on. And then finally, an elderly woman on a fixed income couldn't afford to fix. Actually, she couldn't afford her roof repair. So we went over to see if we could help at all. A lot of times we can't, and sometimes we can. And we found out that she couldn't lock her house. Her locks weren't working. So we went and got her some locks and keys and changed them out for her and was able to figure that out. We're still trying to see if we can help at all with the roof repair. Roof repair is very expensive. And finally, I want to say that we've been involved with the county when there are applications for home restoration requests for people that are low income and can't afford it. And the county will, in unincorporated areas and certain participating cities, will try to help them with their renovation needs. So in the city of Desert Hot Springs, since 2016, we've evaluated the homes of 7 residents, which turned into restoration paid for by the city, by the county of Riverside, and the restorations cost between $20,000 and $30,000. So 7 homes were assisted by the county, our involvement with the restoration evaluations and reports and so on. And so that's just how we've been involved in the community. That's just 1 year alone. And then the other restoration projects have been over these past 5 or 6 years. And we're a partner with other hot springs, and we'd sure like to, because we've been given these 2 lots, I thought I was going to flip them. I thought, maybe let's just, thank you, donor, we appreciate this. And they ended up, it turns out that, gosh, we'd like to build on them. So as Tracy had mentioned, it's just so expensive. Things have gone up astronomically. We're a nonprofit. We tries to raise every penny we can to do the work that I've explained, and also build the homes to not only provide new home for needy families, but also restored homes to keep people in their homes and not become homeless and so on. And then emergency services where people are out and about. We've helped over 5 families who were victims of fires, apartment fires, home fires, and we outfitted all of their furnishings once they were able to get other housing. So anyway, that's our program. That's what we're doing, and we'd like to be a partner with you in these new home builds. You guys are wonderful, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. We'll get the screen back on here. I'll make some final comments and get to the council comments. Was speaking with Dave and Tracy, their passion for this program is huge. I was fortunate enough to be appointed by council, or at the time, Mayor Parks, to give some words as I was Mayor Pro Tem that year when the home on 4th Street was dedicated. It was a different program, though. It's not the same program anymore. They've made it a program that someone will be successful if they purchase this the way it's set up. So I'm excited about that. The $100,000 that they're asking for is development impact fees and other permit fees. Some of that would come back to the city. Desert Hot Springs should be taking out the housing money, and the permit fees would come back to the city. Talking with them, some of the biggest costs is development impact fees. And what I'm looking at in the future is they're donated these lots by individuals from who knows where, and then they have to choose to build on them eventually, or as Dave said, flip them. Having the biggest fees be development impact fees, if they were to, let's say, a code violation for a home that was burned out and the family doesn't want it anymore, and the home just needs to be remodeled or demolished and rebuilt on, that bypasses the development impact fees because those have already been paid. So there's possibly a future program there that we could help with Habitat on building more homes. We've talked a lot about infill homes and getting those lots built up, and this is an opportunity to put 2 there. And then finally, they've also committed to on Flora, not so much on Mission Lakes, this is not a problem, but Flora has a kind of a rough look to it. They've committed to the groundbreaking and going in there and helping all that whole neighborhood with some of our volunteers and our cleanup committee to make that whole neighborhood look nice as they build a home there. So I'm asking for your support, and I'll give it back over to the council here in a second. Do we have any public comments?
No, we do not.
Okay. I'll just reverse myself on the screen here and start with Mr. Betts.
Just a couple quick questions. Is there something you can do to guarantee that these are residents of Desert Hot Springs that can get the benefit of the homes?
We'll take every step possible to make sure that they are. We're interviewing families right now. We haven't advertised it too much. It's kind of gone out by word of mouth, and we're trying to get families. And so we've been talking to Desert Hot Springs families. Now, when we do the vetting process, like they have to qualify for the loans, and other things could throw that a curveball. But we'll do everything possible to ensure that they're Desert Hot Springs residents.
That seems to be a problem in our city with a lot of the solar programs through CVAG it's great, a great benefit, but our residents didn't qualify somehow. But I got to think there's somebody in our city that's going to qualify for this, and I'd sure like to see this go specifically to Desert Hot Springs residents. If there's some way that could be done more than just we'll kind of try.
Right.
I don't know, maybe the mayor can offer some guidance on this, but if we could, I'd love to see that as part of what we would approve.
If I can make a quick comment on that. Anytime we do a home build, it's our intention to place families that are already residing within that city in those homes if we can. So our goal would definitely be to hopefully get current residents of the city in those homes. The problem we run into is it can be hard to find families that qualify, especially from a creditworthiness standpoint. If we are unable to find families in a timely manner and those homes sit vacant, then they are oftentimes subject to vandalism. We've had that occur on prior builds. We've had AC units stolen because of the length of time it can take to find qualified families sometimes. So our intention would be that these homes are sold to current residents of Desert Hot Springs. However, if we do run into a problem where we're having trouble qualifying families, it can turn into a bit of a nightmare if those homes end up sitting vacant too long.
I can hear the residents watching on TV now saying, well, why would we do this for not our residents? So the other thing is I know the forgiveness of the fees is a part of this, and that's certainly something that I support fully. We reached out to Mission Springs Water District. Do we know what portion of the fees they're charging for their connections, and are they getting? Could we get their in-kind support on this as well? Maybe to add to the pot and help out even more.
So to answer that question, staff has not communicated with Mission Springs Water District on any connection fees. The fees that I presented earlier were specifically related to the city's building, planning, and engineering fees.
Can I volunteer them to go ahead and give those up? So how much those amount to? Does Danny know, or does anybody know what those fees are to them?
I'm not sure. Danny might know. I don't know.
I don't know either. Sorry.
This runs into the thousands of dollars, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a connection fee and sewer connection fee, and yes, it does run into the thousands.
Okay. So, all right. Well, those are my thoughts right now, Mr. Mayor. But certainly, I guess what I'll say is that we haven't done anything for this organization, and I don't think all the years that I've been on this council. Maybe it's time for a little bit of catch up to support them. And I think in keeping what really intrigues me is the efforts that you've done on taking existing homes and refurbishing them, because we certainly have a need there. Maybe this is something that we can build on in that respect. So supporting the mayor's desire for this one, I'm on board.
That's fine.
Dora, where did you say the money would come from?
So we're recommending that if council does move forward with a contribution, that it comes out of Fund 700 Housing Authority. So that is a restricted fund that can only be utilized for these types of uses and or programs, in addition to a neighborhood renewal program. I don't want to say it's just low to moderate housing. There's also an opportunity for the other program that I mentioned. And as I mentioned, there is approximately $1.5 million in that fund now, and we have not expended any monies out of these funds in the last 2 years. It's just been sitting there. So that's why we're recommending this fund.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment for Dave and the president. The information that you gave us in there, it said that Indio, you were able to get home for 2 Hispanic families. And in Desert Hot Springs, you were able to get, I think it was 2, and again, it was Hispanic families. That bothered me. But in your presentation, you said low, moderate income, which is fine. My thing is, Hispanic people aren't the only ones that need low and moderate. And so I know you have to do, you do need to keep track, but I was offended by them. With the information that Dora gave me, I agree with the mayor on this. And you might, or we possibly, I don't know why that's happening, can possibly give you information from churches that may help communicate people that are in Desert Hot Springs. I'm done.
Councilmember Nunez. You're muted.
There, hold up. Fine. All right, great. I think that's a great opportunity for us to give Desert Hot Springs residents a chance. But at the end of the day, when we look at it, you know, whoever moves into those houses will be Desert Hot Springs residents, and you know, if they're coming from another city, then great. They're contributing to the tax dollars here in Desert Hot Springs, and hopefully live, shop, dine, and play here. So at the end of the day, I think no matter who we see come into those homes will be great residents of Desert Hot Springs. And to my understanding, that you have to qualify for this program. It's just not just given to anybody or whatnot. So I think that's important to note that, you know, people need to qualify, and a lot of people don't have good credit. And at the end of the day, that's maybe one efforts that we need to push is start helping residents with their credit, how to qualify for these programs, maybe outreach how we're reaching them, if we're using media, we're using television. So I think advertising has a lot to do with it too. People that know about the program, they know it's very, very limited and the window is very narrow. So they jump into the opportunities to do that. And a lot of times it's putting in their own work to get these houses done. I commend you guys for all the work that you've done across the valley. I know when I was in the city of Coachella, there was a constant need for Habitat for Humanity to go in there and help with rehabilitating homes. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing your project. What more you can do with your project here in Desert Hot Springs. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing to touch on real quick, and we talked about residents, and I really like Councilmember Nunez's take on it. I hadn't quite thought about it that way, but I think you're spot on, Mr. Nunez, in saying that, yeah, there may not be residents now, but they will become future good residents of our city. I really like that approach. And also under fair lending and fair housing laws, if I recall right from my years of working as a banking compliance officer, you can't really restrict it to somebody where their residence is, as long as they qualify for the loan. But I do appreciate you reaching out to Desert Hot Springs residents first. I strongly support this. The fact that we're using restricted funds that we haven't touched and are just sitting there makes perfect sense to me. And we're in a sense just moving funds from one account to another to help cover those diff and permit fees. And so the actual, it's what those funds are intended for. And I wholeheartedly support it. Habitat is a fantastic organization. We need more of your efforts here in the city, and helping people move into housing certainly makes a lot more sense than renting, and pride in ownership and getting people into houses makes for a much stronger and better community. So if I'm the last one, I'll be happy to make the motion that we approve the $200,000 grant out of the restricted housing funds for Habitat for Humanity.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Aye.
And Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you for all that work you guys do, Dave and Tracy.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to try to get a couple more items done, then we'll take a break. Item 12 is a resolution urging the state of California to consider cannabis cultivation tax reform. First, before staff gives a report on this, I want to apologize. I know some of our policies is to actually bring these items forth to ask for discussions in the future. I did see an urgency on the next two items because of the deadlines. So I do apologize for that. I worked with our city manager, and we really thought this was important that the city council weigh in on these, whether we support or not. So I do know the policies, and again, I apologize for how we rushed these through. If there's no issues with that, I'll start with the city manager. Who's going to be giving this report?
Jennifer, are you ready?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This was brought to my attention last week, and I believe there were two council members who kind of saw this and said, "Oh, wait a second, we need to get this on." So the item you have before you this evening is a resolution urging the state of California to consider cannabis cultivation tax reform. purportedly there's, just increased pressure over the next few months for a tax moratorium at the state level. And cannabis leaders are kind of urging many California cities to urge legislators at the state level to pretty much do away with or otherwise modify the state cultivation tax. Some of the push has been, if the taxes are so incredibly high, especially at the state level, and again, we've heard kind of similar arguments, but if they're so incredibly high at the state level, it just urges the illicit market to move forward. Some cities that have considered a resolution similar to this include City of Oakland, City of Eureka, City of Rio Dell. Other than that, that concludes my staff report, and I will turn it over to the mayor and council.
Thank you very much. Before I give Mr. Betts an opportunity, he supported me on this to talk about it. This leads into a bigger discussion that the city council has to have in the future, but it also eases that. I know that we've lowered our tax, and we've talked about maybe in the future doing that again in a deeper discussion. And I know the city staff's working on some plans to present to the council in the future. But, what happens at the state level on the taxation? If we have to take a cut at the city level to make sure these businesses flourish and continue to be able to support the industry and keep people employed, when does the state come in and help out? I tell a lot of the cannabis industry that comes to me and says, lower your tax. I said, that's not what you said. 7 years ago when you were pushing us, 8 years ago, you were saying, I don't care what the taxation is, we want to build. Then the state came in and put another burden on top of what that tax number was we've had. But we've been a partner, we've been at the table, we've continued to try. So I think it is time that we support the industry on urging the state to look at their structure and how they're impacting the industry and how we keep it strong. Those tax revenues, I don't know if we can count on forever, but we need to count on for as long as we can and keep them as strong as we can, because I do think it's an industry that has helped change our industrial area in Desert Hot Springs, let alone our retail sales. Mr. Betts, anything to add?
Just one procedurally, I think the sense of urgency, even if we didn't go through that formality, would certainly justify getting this one on the agenda. So I would join your call for other council members to overlook that formality of that vote, because this one is coming up for a vote at the legislature. Is it the 27th or sooner? We don't have much time to act on this one. And so, and basically what it's doing is asking the legislature to provide some consideration for the industry that's seeing some falling prices right now and some tough market conditions with oversupply. And so there's huge pressure. You've got up in Eureka, California, Eureka County or Humboldt County provided $1 million for emergency grants for outdoor grow operators. We've seen their prices go down to, I think it's around $550 a pound. And at the same time, you get $550 a pound. Nobody's making any money on that. The state's coming by and charging something like $30 a pound. So it's my numbers are going to be off a little bit here, but it's the taxes at the state level are just way too high, and this is asking for some relief. And I think it benefits our city greatly to support this.
Before I get to the rest of the council comments, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Scott Ruszik.
Sir, when you can hear us, just go ahead and start. You have 3 minutes.
You're on mute.
Hi, my name is Scott Russell. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Good evening, all. Thanks so much for the time, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff. Happy New Year to all of you. I am a member of the Coachella Valley Cannabis Alliance Network, which is an organization, a nonprofit cannabis membership organization that seeks to provide a reasonable and productive voice for the cannabis industry throughout the Coachella Valley. It is our goal to create cohesion and best practices for our members, thus improving the industry. We wholeheartedly support this resolution. As this council is aware, previous attempts in the California State Legislature to temporarily eliminate the cultivation tax in 2018 and 19 were unfortunately successful. The state treasurer, Fiona Ma's argument in support of such elimination in 2019 remains prescient today. Ms. Ma stated that given that we have now seen a year of severe undercollection of expected tax revenue and that the black market still exists, it is understood that excessive taxation is an obstacle to establish a fully viable legal market. Compliant businesses are at a significant disadvantage, and this high tax rate incentivizes business to stay underground. As this council is also aware, the state's cannabis cultivation tax will increase by almost 5% in 2022, raising it to a whopping $161 per pound. Further, the cultivation tax is a flat tax, meaning it's not proportional to the sales price. Given the recent precipitous drop in the price per pound for cannabis, this matters. Last year, the cultivation tax was 10 to 20% of bulk material costs. Today, it's as high as 80%. Furthermore, it is applied essentially at the time of harvest, regardless of whether materials are sold. Not only is this brutal for farmers, but cannabis workers across the supply chain are impacted. Hundreds of jobs have been lost due to excessively high taxes, and even more will disappear in the coming years. Companies are forced to further cut costs, reduce operations, or go out of business altogether. Despite the best efforts of organized labor, there is little they can do to improve protections in this young industry as long as it faces state-imposed financial hardships. We would like to remind the City Council respectfully that local taxation is as burdensome as state taxation. Given your support of the elimination of a state cultivation tax, we'd respectfully request a reduction and or appropriate modification to the local tax structure on cannabis. In conclusion, it is respectfully submitted that the state's cultivation tax is costing jobs, strengthening an already dominant illicit market, and setting the stage for California becoming non-competitive when federal legislation occurs. Accordingly, CVCAN strongly supports the City Council's proposed resolution, and we thank you so much for your time and consideration to this important issue.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Go to Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague, Mr. Betts, and the mayor on this. The state of California is doing exceedingly well, to the tune that they're trying to figure out what to do with all this surplus money that they have. And I think at a minimum, a state tax moratorium is not going to even make a dent in that surplus and will go a long way towards helping an industry that has really done a lot for our city in particular. And I think it's the least we can do is to support this, and it'll help them in the long run. It'll help us in the long run. And I'm 100% in favor of this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Honestly, I would want to get more research on this resolution. I know there's a deadline, and because of that, I mean, just reading what we have put together, I think it has a lot more to do with it's a bigger picture than what they're asking for. I think it has to do with mismanagement of growers and cultivators. That's why the industry is having its fails. I think it's the flippers in investment in cannabis that we're seeing a decline on things. I think it has a lot more to do than just, taxation. But I will support this resolution, but I think at the bigger picture, we have to look at, again, the big picture and not just what we're seeing with legislators and lobbyists. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pye.
Okay, you asked if we had a problem in the beginning and then you went on. I do have a problem. I have a problem with we have a policy and we're not doing it. And I think we need to bring that back, and that's not on the agenda, but that's what I think. Now, with respect to this, my problem is I'm gonna go for it. So know that. But my problem is this does not take care of illegal marijuana. That's the bigger picture. I agree that the state should not be trying to raise funds, but that's not going to stop illegal marijuana. And maybe that's another conversation, but I think the state should be giving us money because they're not doing anything to stop illegal. And they should be giving us money for our police force to take care of illegal. This does not stop that. I'm done.
Fair enough. Yes, Mr. Betts, final comments?
I'd like to make a motion if it's time.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to support the resolution of the City Council of Desert Hot Springs urging the state of California to consider cannabis cultivation tax reform and a moratorium in light of the severe hardship the industry is facing, particularly from illegal grow.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Any final comments? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez?
Aye.
Councilmember Pai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Aye.
Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. We're going to take one last item here before our break. And since it's item 13, which is a resolution in support of the net energy metering, I again apologize for bringing this forth at the last minute. It was brought to our attention at the last minute because of the holidays. According to individuals, they weren't allowed to get it on our calendar fast enough for us to make a decision whether we were going to hear this item or not. I hear you loud and clear, Ms. Pai. This is not the procedure that we should be following. Is there any objection to hearing this item tonight? Seeing none, we'll move forth. This also is you've had a chance to read the resolution. Is there anything from staff that Madam City Attorney, would you like to add?
Nothing that I would like to add. Everything's pretty much included in the resolution. Obviously, the staff report was very short considering it was council initiated. I should say a council member initiated. Nothing to add.
Mr. Gardner?
I can make my comments now, or we can wait till later. What's up to you, Mr. Mayor?
I'd just like you to add whatever you need to add to it now, so as you're the co-sponsor of this.
Let me just say that as a strong supporter of alternative and green energy and solar and wind or what have you, we do have the best climate here for rooftop solar, and we need to be encouraging more rooftop solar, not discouraging it. The claim from the utilities company I don't find as persuasive. They say that solar customers are not paying their fair share of grid maintenance, but as a solar customer, I can tell you I have a line item on my bill that says towards grid maintenance and reliability, and it roughly between $15 and $20 a month on my solar bill. Or on my SCE bill. So if we truly are going to move away from carbon generated energy and into a greener energy future, we have to be doing everything that we can to support alternative energy and not discourage it. And I'm very disheartened that the PUC is considering making rooftop solar far less attractive to people here in the desert. Particularly where it works so beautifully well. So I would encourage my fellow council members to strongly support this resolution. Thank you.
City clerks, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Jennifer Cusack from Southern California Edison.
There you go, Jennifer. It's all yours. We can't hear you, Jennifer. It looks like your mute's off.
Good evening. Can you hear
There
me?
we go. Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Jennifer Cusack with Southern California Edison. I'm the government relations manager for this area, and I'm here tonight to respectfully request you reconsider adopting the resolution as written. Net energy metering, or NEM, is a 26-year-old policy that has outlived its useful life as written. It has been fantastically successful, as evidenced by the more than 1.3 million homes and businesses across the state that have installed solar. But the time has come for this policy to evolve. When the legislature created NEM back in 1995, they were trying to kickstart an industry that did not yet exist by offering a very generous subsidy. This subsidy is paid for by everyone else who does not have solar panels. And specifically, this is dealing with what they sell above what they use. This was not a big deal at first, but over time, the industry has grown, and the impact to non-solar customers has also grown. Don't get me wrong, SE is not opposed to solar or any other distributed resources. In fact, we envision a future where almost half of all single-family homes have some combination of solar and energy storage. But to get there, we need to rethink how we compensate customers for their excess energy. Keep in mind, they can still avoid the full retail cost of the power they use with solar, but it's the excess energy that is highly compensated above the retail cost. Just like how the city council can't favor one neighborhood or constituency over another, neither can we favor one customer group over another. We have to look out for what is in best interest of all of our customers. Our position on NEM reform is driven by a desire to look out for the best interests of all of our customers, both those with solar and those without. NEM reform does not mean killing solar industry. It does not mean customers stop saving money when they install solar. And it does not mean shaming current solar customers. It simply means moving forward, we need to do things differently so that we can all transition to an affordable, clean energy future, not just for those who are fortunate enough to install solar. And really, the future of NEM will increase incentive for energy storage. Will the savings from rooftop solar need to decrease out of necessity? Yes. But that does not mean the clean energy future will be more expensive. Rooftop solar is not the only way for customers to save money. There are multiple clean energy technologies. Battery storage is going to be a growing key. Sometimes of the day we have an abundance of solar. So adding more solar is not simply the only way to achieve our clean energy future. Adding storage will be most important in the future.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other public speakers?
Yes, we do. Joan Taylor.
Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Joan Taylor. I live in Palm Springs. Thank you for considering this important issue. First, speaking as a resident of the Coachella Valley for nearly 60 years, we have exceptional sunshine. So generating local energy here in the valley, especially when paired with batteries, makes a lot of sense. It not only provides local energy reliability when the grid goes down, but it provides local jobs to install and maintain roof arrays, as opposed to putting giant solar projects out in Desert Center or up in Antelope Valley. The California Public Utility Commission's proposed decision on net energy metering would fail to make solar and batteries affordable. It would do just the opposite and devastate the rooftop solar industry. The credit that solar generators make from their excess rooftop energy is not above retail cost, as claimed by Edison. It is retail cost, simply a credit for what is not used, just as if someone did energy efficiency. In any case, the proposed fee that PUC is proposing on rooftop solar is an average of $57 a month. It's punitive. And the bill credit for the customer's excess energy fed into the grid would be minuscule. So if approved, this will make solar uneconomic for both low and moderate income people who want to become solar owners. Simply put, some minor adjustment of NEM, that energy metering, could be reasonable, but the PUC's proposed decision is an overreaching concession to the big utilities whose profit center is building new transmission and charging us customers billions in monthly fees for using their transmission. But solar energy is just like the cell phone and just as disruptive in a good way. It doesn't have to be tethered to wires. And that's what concerns the big utilities. But the fact is that the utilities' so-called cost shift of local energy is grossly exaggerated. And it also ignores the fact that locally generated solar provides multiple local benefits and relief from ongoing and ever-increasing monthly transmission charges. Local solar is the wave of the future. If you haven't already seen it, I highly recommend reading former Governor Schwarzenegger's op-ed in the New York Times slamming the California PUC proposed decision for being regressive and a gift to the utilities. Putting my Sierra Club hat on, the club's position that it is an either or when it comes to utility sale or customer-sited solar energy. The state energy agencies issued a report showing that distributed solar needs to be tripled in addition to ramping up some utility scale generation if the state is to meet SB 100 goals. And while the proposed decision purports to support solar plus storage deployment, its calculations are based on very flawed assumptions. There's no doubt about it. The proposed decision would devastate California's rooftop solar industry, and we would lose its air quality, land use, resiliency, and local energy reliability benefits. Commission must substantially revise this decision to correct its numerous factual and legal errors. I urge you to pass your well-drafted resolution to help preserve the growth of local solar energy from this unparalleled attack. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more public comments?
Yes. Emily Langenbahn.
Good evening. I would like to say you nailed my last name pronunciation. That was amazing. Thank you. I work for Renova Energy out in Palm Desert. We do a lot of installations in Desert Hot Springs, and we've had a significant uptake in installations in the last several years in Desert Hot Springs, as a matter of fact. And Ms. Taylor really covered just about everything that we needed to talk about. The concept that NEM is considered outdated really means nothing. It was a program that was set in place because it works for the ratepayers, and installations have skyrocketed since NEM was introduced. There is no subsidy that exists. There is a federal income tax credit. The impact is that the ratepayer gets a break on their federal taxes. The compensation rate from investor-owned utilities like SCE is for energy generated and given to the grid. So Ms. Taylor is right. It's at a retail rate. It's not above. Ratepayers are compensated fairly for what they provide. There are other options like battery storage, but solar is the best way to achieve a clean energy future. And frankly, battery storage is not to the point that it needs to be, and it is not as accessible. Solar is accessible for middle and lower income families. Battery storage is not quite there. So if we eviscerate the rooftop solar market, we're going to see a wider gap between the lower income and middle income and the wealthy individuals that can afford the rooftop solar and can afford to go off the grid. And the additional $57 will be punitive, not helpful. I also wanted to point out that about 65% of our customers in the Coachella Valley are actually leasing their systems. They don't put any money down, and they benefit from a fixed monthly payment that cuts their previous bills in half. There aren't any hidden escalators to make their rates increase over time. It's completely fixed. And solar is cheaper than coal, and utilities are losing money from compensating people for the power they produce. Now, under the current rules, the NEM 2.0, the payback period is between 5 to 7 years for most customers. The proposed decision will increase that payback period to about 20 years, and it'll make rooftop solar panels just not affordable for most customers. And lastly, the cost shift. Frankly, it doesn't exist. SCE owes $550 million in fines for its infrastructure's role in 5 separate wildfires. That's a huge cost shift that doesn't come from solar, and they have to make up that money somehow. So it will fall onto the ratepayer at some point. And final thing, there's an argument out there that there's no proof that it will kill rooftop solar in California, and there actually is. The Imperial Irrigation District as a net billing program, which is essentially the same thing. It was instituted in July 2016, and there's been a 100% decline year over year in solar installations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments?
No, we do not.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Mr. Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we're talking about here is a Public Utilities Commission decision that's supposed to come up on a vote on January 27th, very soon. And it's going to adopt, what's this, net energy metering 3, going from the 2 up to the 3. And what's this going to do is it's going to drastically curtail motivation to install residential rooftop solar. The present rate is 25 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's paid for surplus energy, electricity sent into the grid. And that's the proposal is to reduce that by 80% down to 5 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, for a lot of people who are putting in solar, some of them who run their air conditioner at 72 degrees and use a lot of energy, it makes a lot of sense to put in the solar. They save some money. But in our household, every time they call up and say, hi, would you like to, how much do you spend on your electric bill every month? We tell them, and they say, well, you know what, this isn't going to pan out for you. You're conserving too much. I would love it if my wife would let me put the air conditioning on once in a while. But anyhow, so the bottom line is that it's going to make it even more marginal for us. And then for a lot of other people, it's just not going to pan out. And then on top of that, on top of reducing what the energy paid for the energy you put onto the grid, they want to charge $57 per month for everybody that has a solar. So now you got a new solar bill. And all this is really just designed to shift everything from rooftop solar, where ordinary people get the benefit, to large scale solar installations way out in the desert that, guess what, transmit that electricity across power lines. We saw that years and years ago through this city, where we had Los Angeles Department of Water and Power wanted to move Green Path North power lines, called the Green Path. They wanted to put new power lines right through our city and up through sensitive areas in the high desert, and all for the benefit of the utility, when there was an existing utility corridor that more than adequately served the needs of Los Angeles and was ultimately expanded. But this is just a chance for little people here to actually get something off of the solar. I guess this one's going to come down to whether or not Governor Newsom signs this thing. We have to come out and support for the jobs, for the savings. I've always thought, if there's a time when they could figure out a way to tax the sun, they would. And this is sure as heck looking like, $57 a month to tax the sun. And it's just going to go up from there. This is a starter. This isn't the end of it. And so there's no way this benefits us. Is it Jennifer Cusack, our SCE rep? I love her. She's done great things to help us with people and conservation and other things like that. But I couldn't disagree more with her on this one. We must come out and support this, and the homeowners need to be compensated for supplying energy into the grid as producers, just the same as large-scale solar is treated. And so I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor, but I wholeheartedly support this resolution and then some.
Ms. Pye?
I support this, and I still have the problem I had before. And I never voted for that. So I'd just like to have it on another agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Nunez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great opportunity for the city to really stand up for something that to say that we want to push back on big power. With that, I'll move that we adopt the resolution to support.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more comments? Roll call. Sorry, Mr. Gardner, finish up.
I just wanted to wrap up really quick. One thing that was pointed out is that the rooftop solar people are highly compensated. And I would have to disagree with that because, as Councilmember Betts pointed out, they purchased the surplus power from us during the solar year at the retail rate. But if we overgenerate, this is if we were purchasing it from them, if we undergenerate. So we're paying the same amount one way or the other. But if you end up with a surplus at the end of the year, they buy you out at the wholesale rate, which is less than 10% of what the retail rate is. So if at the end of the year I have, say, a $700 surplus, I get about a $60 credit on my bill. So it's not like we are highly compensated for using solar to begin with. And with all due respect to my friend Jennifer Cusack at SCE, I again agree with Mr. Betts. They've done a lot for our city, but this is a way for them to cost shift in my book. And I think their arguments fall flat. And I'm grateful to see that the council is willing to support this. So I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez?
Aye.
Councilmember Pai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Aye.
Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Everybody be back at 8:45, please. I can start to get the council members to show back up on the screen. We're going to get started here in a minute. All right, looks like everybody's back. City Clerk, we're good?
Yes.
All right, we'll reconvene the meeting. We'll move back to public hearings. Item number 4, GHA Enterprises, Inc. Rancho Descanso Specific Plan Amendments, SP-21-3, Development Permit, DP 21-18, and tentative track map number 38200. TM 21-1, an application to amend and develop 76 new single-family homes within the Aventura Palms 2 specific plan. Mr. Community Development Director is going to be you, isn't it? Or
yes.
Patricia?
Actually, Patricia's going to be the one presenting tonight.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The project site is located at the southwest corner of Avenida Descanso and Camino Campesino within the formerly known Aventura Palms 2 specific plan. Shown here is the overall site plan, which includes the development of 76 new single-family homes, a 0.25-acre open common space park, and a 0.55-acre dual-use on-site retention basin. The architectural plan for the new single-family homes will have a desert contemporary Mediterranean design utilizing a stucco exterior finish with an accent trim, clay roof tile, and hip and gable style roofing. Each model also has a reverse plan with a 2 or 3 car garage and optional gated courtyard. The wall and fencing plan include the project's perimeter block walls to be 6 feet with a 7-foot high pilaster along the north and east street frontages. The walls within the front of the single-family homes will not exceed the 4 feet maximum. The project entry will set the tone as an upscale residential community featuring desertscape plantings. A decorative wrought iron vehicle entry and pedestrian gate will transition into the project. All gates will be equipped with a Knox box for emergency access for public safety. The model homes, as shown here, will be on lots 5, 7, and 8, with lot 6 being the temporary parking. The construction phasing plan has been designed to minimize construction traffic conflicts with the sales traffic leading to the model homes and temporary parking. Shown here is a proposed tentative track map, which will be to subdivide the 17.83-acre parcel into 76 individual residential lots. In accordance with the provisions of CEQA, an initial study has been prepared, which was determined that the development of the proposed project would not have a significant impact on the environment with the implementation of mitigation measures. The draft MND was circulated for comments starting on October 19, 2021 and ended on November 18, 2021, and no comments were received. Staff recommends that the City Council approve a resolution of the City of Desert Hot Springs to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, approve Rancho Descanso Specific Plan Amendment number SP-21-3, amending the Aventura Palms 2 specific plan of the city, approve a development permit number 21-18, approve a tentative track map number 38200, and approve an ordinance adding chapter 17.240, subject to the attached conditions of approval and findings. That concludes my report. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Patricia. Item number 2 is the entertaining questions to staff. Does anybody on the council have any questions to staff? Mr. Betts, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look. Is there any RV parking incorporated in this that would be considered, places to park RVs?
No, there is not.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Patricia, just to help clarify, I've had a couple of people over in Vista, Montana, concerned about, and the trailer parks on the other side, concerned about traffic off of Palm going into here. As I read the plan, access is off of Avenida Descanso, which is not completed, but will be completed as part of this project. And so people will turn at the light there at Camino Campanero and then go down to Descanso and go in from Descanso. Am I correct on that assumption?
So it would actually be from Camino Campesino.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay. I get the two mixed up all the time. Forgive me. Okay, that was all I had to have.
I actually have a question on that as well.
Go ahead.
Descanso is a street that will be bordering Vista Montana and this new development, correct?
Yes.
And
Well, Camino Campesino, Vista Montana will be to the north.
Can we put a map up that shows the streets,
Yeah, give me 1 second.
please?
So here's a project site, here's Campesino, and then here's Avenida Descanso.
Okay, so the yellow right here is Vista Montana.
The orange here to the north is Vista Montana.
My screen, but I'll go with your orange. And then Palm Drive is that big wide north-south road, right?
Correct, here.
And what's going to happen on this street right here between the two developments? Is it going to go all the way through with a stop sign? Right now, it's got a some type of barrier, correct?
On Camino Campesino?
I don't know. I think, do you have a better picture than this one? I can't see the street.
Yes, it's Camino Campesino.
And yes, if you may, Patricia, yes, it will go all the way through. Camino Campesino will go from Palm Drive all the way to Descanso.
Okay. I wish I could see better on this. I can't. All right. So it's a dirt road now, and it's going to be fully paved, right? And full width pavement, curbs on both sides, sidewalks.
The current conditions only require a 2-lane. Anything above and beyond that, the applicant has advised us that he is open to installing those improvements and doing a reimbursement agreement with the city at that time.
What do you mean a 2-lane?
2-lane is to enter both directions.
Okay. Do we have a picture that shows the streets more clearly than what I'm seeing here? Because I can't read those names on here, and I don't know where Descanso is, and I can't see it from the pointer. And welcome to we didn't have a applicant's drawing showing the streets and the street plan, street improvements.
Yeah, all the maps did, but they're not easily looked at through this with the PowerPoint.
There we go. So that's okay. All right. That doesn't. We don't show anything that shows relation to Palm, right?
No, but it's right here to the west. Palm is over here.
Maybe that one you were on before would be better. Maybe that one. No.
No.
Is there a point you're trying to make, Mr. Betts?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what's going to happen to the road, but I need to know what road name is.
They just told you you're gonna have 2-lane road from Palm Drive to Descanso.
Okay, I don't know what that means. I can't see it. I really
2-lane road, just like you live on.
Okay, I know what a 2-lane road looks like. I need to see what road that is that runs at a 90-degree angle to Palm Drive. And it's got to be the drawing right here below the one you're at. Show me that one. That one. So where is Palm Drive in relation to this picture?
So it's right here to the west. So there will be a vacant lot that will remain. That's not part of the project. And then we got Palm.
Okay, so Camino Campesino
is right here.
Bordered by this project. Okay, and that street, what does it mean when that street's going to be 2 lanes? Does that mean curb, gutter, street, and sidewalk, or just pavement?
When we spoke to the applicant, he was willing to install the curb gutter sidewalk full width, both streets, 2 lanes each direction. Anything above and beyond what his original will be coming back to council as a reimbursement agreement. But yes,
Okay.
full width street.
All right, so this is going to be families, not just seniors housing, senior living. And so there's going to be kids walking to school, correct?
Yes.
And so This is a real simple question. Is there sidewalks? I presume they come out, the entrance to this is on Camp Encino, right? So the kids walk out to go to school because there's a wall all the way around it. They walk out and they're going to go to school. Are they going to have a sidewalk to walk on in this project?
Yes.
Okay, so the applicant, and in this agreement as it's presented, is to put in the blacktop, the curb, the gutter, and the sidewalk on both sides or one side?
Both sides.
Okay, all right. I didn't understand what you meant by two-lane road, and that somehow it has to come back for a development compensation agreement or something like that. What's that mean?
The actual street improvement plans have not been designed right now. Once they're designed, anything that is above and beyond what the project is only required to do will come back as a reimbursement agreement to the developer.
Didn't the planning commission look at that?
I'm sorry?
The planning commission didn't weigh in on what they wanted to see as far as sidewalks and street conditions surrounding the project?
I from my understanding, that wasn't any discussion.
Wow, okay.
But the applicant is aware of it, and we have had many discussions with the applicant, and they are willing to move the street company forward.
Okay, so anyhow, all right, well, that would be, I think, anything that this council would consider, but I'll save my comments. That's my question. Now I'm clear, Mr. Mayor, on what's going to happen with that street, I think.
Okay, anyone else? I don't see anybody else. I'll move to open the public hearing at this time. I'll take testimony from the applicant. Is the applicant available?
Yes, Mario Gonzalez should be on.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, good evening. Honorable Mayor, City Council members and staff, Mario Gonzalez, on behalf of GHA Rancho Descanso LLC, 30875 Date Palm Drive, Cathedral City. I'd like to thank you guys for this late meeting. Sounds like we had some good stuff, but enjoyed watching it and very much enjoyed the vote on the habitat. We're excited about working with Habitat. But in any event, as you guys know, we just came off the Agua Dulce project. We're actually in the last phase of building that out. We're right now, our schedules will have us out of there at the end of March, and we're very much excited to come right into this Rancho Descanso project here. I appreciate Patricia's presentation. I think she hit home on everything that we're proposing. Councilman Betts, I want to make sure that you are clear on that street section, because I had several discussions with Mr. Porras and your staff, Doria, and so forth, when we came in to present the project before we put pencil to paper. And I do have my engineer on the call here, as well as John Chris from Terra Nova, our land planner. And if you'd like, I could have our engineer bring up a planner. I think we have a tentative track map, but if you'd like us, we can make sure that you're clear on what's going to happen at that street, which is Campesino, Avenida Campesino, which is our north boundary street. If you like, we can do that.
When we get through the public testimony, Mario, we'll get the council comments for you, and if he wants to see that, we'll bring it up.
Okay, very good. So we agree with the conditions. I do have a couple items that our planner John Christ, I think, is he available to jump on the phone with us? Can you guys arrange that?
He is listed as one of the speakers. Would you like me to unmute him, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. John Christ, Terra Nova, 42635 Melanie Place, Palm Desert. Just to echo real quickly Mario's comments, we appreciate staff's help. They've been really constructive this whole thing. We do have a couple of items that we thought are worth asking you about. One is your condition 88 in the staff report requires an environmental constraint sheet. And I know the staff feels that it's a standard condition and that if it's not needed, then I guess it'll be struck. So we don't believe there's any need for an environmental constraint sheet on the map. So please take that into consideration if you would. Also, condition number 96, is requiring paleo monitoring, and this site we would have to have a paleontologist on site during all site disturbance, etc. We don't think that is required. There's the potential for paleological resources is very low. Condition number 104 is also regarding air quality and is prescribing Tier 4 construction equipment, which isn't always available. And although it does reduce nitrogen oxides emissions, the air quality analysis showed this project will have very low impact and that there shouldn't be a requirement to burden the contractor with Tier 4 equipment, which is in great demand in areas where they have large projects and where air quality is not so good. Condition number 105 also has to do with doing plant surveys. There are no sensitive plants on the site. The biologist didn't prescribe a plant survey. And the only, nor wildlife surveys, and the only surveys that really seem to be needed are the pre-construction owl surveys, because they did detect signs of burrowing owl on the property. And then finally, condition 107, none of the conditions on site would trigger this. We have no riparian habitat, no sensitive habitats of any kind. We would suggest that that could be deleted as well. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Mario, anyone else from your team need to give any testimony?
Not at this time, Mayor. I appreciate that. And John, thank you for addressing those issues there. Other than that, we reviewed the conditions. We agree. And we're very excited to bring this project forward. We have a huge demand list already. And we are not only seeing families there, we're seeing a lot of folks coming from LA and finding that, Desert Hot Springs is a great place to live. And, it's affordable and it's close to everything. So we have a mix of people, but we think we have a really nice variety of plans. Our lots are large. We have great backyards, and it's gated community. And we're hoping that you guys support the staff's recommendation, and we're available for any questions. And again, I do have the engineer on the phone if you'd like clarification on that street.
Thank you. We're going to take public testimony for anyone in favor. Do you have any other speakers, City Clerk?
Yes, Miss Barbara Eastman.
Ms. Eastman, are you just, I don't know if you're in favor, opposed, or neutral position, so please state that up front and then you may speak.
I am in approval of it, but I do have questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm on the board of directors for Vista, Montana. And I guess one of our main concerns is there goes my clock.
No worries.
It's the Marine Corps hymn. Then, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
The new street going in, will this impact our property? And will our community incur any costs with this new street? And also, the area on Palm Drive that is going to be vacant, this project is in the back part of that lot. So the front of that property is still going to be an empty lot, and hopefully it doesn't continue to be a dump area. This would impact the new project as well, because it's always been a dump area, that lot. And also, if the project is approved, we would like to meet with the builders. We've been trying to do so, but with COVID, like with your meetings, and we haven't been able to come up to the council meetings because of all this going on. And we would like to have a meeting with them at our clubhouse with the community and the board of directors, maybe next month. I did give them our phone number, so they have my phone number. So, but we approve the project. I think it would be a great asset to Desert Hot Springs.
Thank you, Ms. Eastman. Do we have any other public comments?
No, we do not.
All right, at this time, we will go back to the applicant. Mario, you and your staff can answer Ms. Eastman's questions, and then we'll go to council member questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Miss Easton, I believe we met her at the Planning Commission meeting, and we are very much inclined to meet with her. As she mentioned, COVID and so forth. So our team is readily available to do that. We were glad to see at the Planning Commission. I think she had one or two other residents of that community. We understood working earlier on with staff, with Doria and Daniel, that they may be sensitive, so we did reach out to them. So we're ready whenever they are. We understand their concerns, and I don't think we're going to have any impact on their project. There is, Mrs. Easton, if you could still hear me, there are several overgrowth trees that come over your wall there, and if we could get some cooperation with your folks there, we'd be happy to work with them and have permission to clean it up. And I think it would make the street there much more safer once we install that street. So I think other than that, again, we're ready to meet with her and discuss that. John Christ, I think, touched on some of the items that we have dug deep into and would like some direction on those items that he mentioned. And other than that, again, we have our engineer on board who, if you'd like us to bring a map up, we have the tentative track map that can show the full section, and he can explain that on Avenida Campesino.
All right, so you've answered Ms. Eastman's questions. You can meet with the HOA and discuss those things. I'll go back to council before I close the public hearing. Any direct questions to the developer, Mr. Betts?
Thank you. Okay, so there's a retention basin in this project, correct?
Yes, there is.
And that's being built as a park?
Yes, so that's at the southeast corner of the project, Councilman, and that will act as a couple things. That's a retention basin that'll have a 5-to-1 slope, so it'll be a very gentle slope. So if kids or whoever wants to walk in there, and also it'll be an emergency vehicle access, a secondary access should there be any type of emergency, and that will be located at the bottom right-hand corner of the project. That's correct.
Okay, so some of those catch basins considered very nicely as a park. So they kind of turned into de facto dog parks because they're enclosed. This will be gated, right? Enclosed?
The retention basin?
Yeah.
No, we'll have, if you could bring up a map, Patricia, I don't know if you could bring
it's
up
okay. I don't have too much time. Is it going to have a gate around it or not?
I don't, on the perimeter outside, we are going to have it gated, but to the inside, we want it open and invited to our residents.
Okay, so my question is it gonna be landscaped with some grass? It's showing green. Is that grass or is that just green for eye candy on the picture?
No, we'll have a grass bottom on that, and what we'll probably do is keep the sides of that up, and then we'll drop down and have a large section of grass. We also have a park, if I may point out, when you come in the entry, we have a 10,000 square foot lot there. That's another pocket park for the residents as well to enjoy. So we have two components.
We've had some instances where somebody's idea of the retention basin is a place just to go dump a bunch of boulders, or excess boulders, rather than paying to haul them off. And you're not going to do that, right? This is actually going to be a nice amenity for the residents.
We're going to assure you of that. And I got to be honest, in retention basins, we've done them. And the one in Agua Dulce has boulders in it, but as you know, that project was a victim of the recession, and we're coming back in there and we're going to clean that all up. But in this case here on the subject property, we intend to make that a usable retention basin, as well as purpose for overflow of water. And then, as you can see, there's a little pathway there, and that'll be for an emergency vehicle access.
Okay, and then I had some questions regarding your specific ask. The first one you said, I think was item 86 or 82. I can't remember what it was, but you're talking about environmental constraint sheet.
Yeah, John, are you on?
Yes.
What's an environmental constraint sheet? I'm sorry, I'm having to get an education in this.
It's a sheet that's attached to the final map, and it requires, essentially is also something that gets passed on to and must be signed by a buyer in recognition of some kind of environmental concern that exists in the subdivision. So it's a kind of a wet blanket. If you're in an earthquake fault zone or some kind of hazardous zone of sorts, then an environmental constraint sheet is pretty common. But they have sent, if we do one here, there's no reason for it, and it will send the wrong message to the market. I think that we have maybe an issue. But by the same token, staff has recognized, I think, that this is a catch-all condition, and that if it's not needed, they won't require it. I think that's right, isn't it, Patricia?
What was the item number on that one?
88.
88, okay. 96, paleo monitoring. Is that like looking for dinosaurs?
That would be if you're looking for dinosaurs. That's right. And we're way down the slope from the Rocky Mountain side where there might have been, and even the little San Bernardinos are not especially good for those kind of resources. The only place in the valley where they've really been found is just north of the Salton Sea, and then they're clam shells and that sort of thing.
Is any other city nearby requiring paleo monitoring?
No.
Only Desert Hot Springs?
Well, La Quinta sometimes does, depending on the location with regard to the lakeshore, but that's about it.
Okay. Air quality tier 4 construction equipment. What's that? Is that like green energy equipment?
It's engines that can use an aqueous kind of fuel, which emits less nitrogen oxides. So if you are going to say exceed the threshold for nitrogen oxide during your construction, then one of the mitigations for that is to prescribe tier 4 construction equipment. But when we ran the air quality model for the project, none of the, and you can see this in the environmental initial study, none of the thresholds are exceeded. So there is no mitigation of that sort needed for this. And we know that from past experience that it's sometimes hard to get tier 4 equipment because it's still being catching up with the market need for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip over 105, go to 107. Sensitive habitat. Doesn't the MSHCP cover this and clear us for this type of thing?
It would for almost every kind, but if we had wetlands or if we had riparian habitat, we would have to mitigate for that. But we don't have any sensitive habitats on this site.
Do all these carry a cost to you in developing this?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So your primary motivation is to relieve what you consider unnecessary costs?
Well, I'm a consultant, so sometimes we love unnecessary costs, but in this instance, it's clearly something that's not needed.
Well, Mario wants to avoid them, right?
But I think more importantly, John, I mean, we've done studies, we've done greenhouse gas studies, and we've proven that these things would not be necessary.
That's right.
And there's been cases, Councilman, that we have to do that, and we understand that. But this is why we go through this process. We hire professionals that are really experienced in this stuff, and in this case, we just found them not to be needed.
And a full biological survey was done of the site, and a report was done.
Okay.
So if I'm sorry, if I may, I just want to make a note that these conditions were added on when I had AB 52 consultation with the tribes.
With regard to with monitoring of?
Correct.
Well, I don't think we're arguing with monitoring of the site for cultural resources during construction, just site disturbance. That's and if the tribe wants, I think the condition says, and Mario would agree, I think, that if the tribe wants to have a tribal monitor involved as well, that they would accommodate that.
Okay. While you guys sort that one out, Vista Montana had a question about cost sharing on, I presume that's on that, what's the name of the road? I keep forgetting, Avenida Campesino, is that it? Would there be some suggestion that they would have to share in the cost of the construction of that road? That was their question, I think.
Our understanding is that they would not. Would that be correct, Daniel?
Correct. No cost to Vista Montana.
Okay, so I don't know what, Daniel, you were talking earlier about some type of cost sharing, and I didn't know what that was about.
That would be for improvements that GHA does for above and beyond what they're only required to do. They would come back for a cost sharing agreement with the city.
Okay, but if we condition that they have to put in sidewalks, that's a condition that they have to do, right?
If you condition them and if they agree to it, yeah, but that would be an item that's above and beyond to it.
Okay, so I'll just ask directly, Mario, do you have any problem with putting sidewalks in on that street so that kids aren't walking to school, without sidewalks?
Councilman, I don't have any problem putting sidewalks in on our boundary, which is our side of the street. So when they enter, they exit, they're walking properly. We are putting sidewalks on Avenida Descanso. We are wrapping it around on our boundaries of Avenida Campesino. And but I think the long range plan and the general plan shows that Avenida Campesino is supposed to go through from Descanso to Palm Drive. And I think that the city is in favor of doing that. And when we had earlier discussions, we kind of discussed that we would go ahead and try to put that in as at cost, and that we would be compensated for that capital improvement.
Okay, so you're just talking about from your project. So this must have access some other way than that way. Okay, last question is for you is there anything that you're marketing as RV parking?
No, and that's a great question. And we've done RV parking in the past, but that's a real sensitive thing when you got, a 40-foot, 30-foot, 20-foot trailer next to you and you live right next door. I think there's an appropriate place for that when you have a wider lot and you have a much larger setback. But in this case, we have not allowed, or we have not planned for any type of RV parking at this project.
Is there any gates that let somebody drive behind their house?
Oh, no. You have our north boundary would be the street that we're discussing. The east boundary is a street. The south boundary is Avenida Aventura. And then the west boundary is the buffer between Palm, some commercial property, and then our property. So you would not be able to do that.
I mean between the two houses, there's not enough room for somebody to drive behind their house?
The housing that Mario's proposing does not warrant RV parking at all. The houses are too wide.
Okay, so there's just no way for a car to drive to the backyard?
No.
Okay, or at least a motorhome. Okay, that's all I have as questions. I'll have some comments later.
Thank you.
All right, without dragging this out too much longer, for no reasons but the fact that we didn't do our homework, there's commercial property along Palm Drive that would be, in the future, if they developed, would have to put sidewalk in. If we condition that the sidewalk be put in before, the developer will be compensated for that, and the city will give that compensation up front, and then we'll collect it in the future when commercial is developed. It's a 2-lane road, just like everyone else in most neighborhood streets, and the rest of the project will be wrapped with sidewalks. I don't think they need to discuss that anymore. That was discussed way too much. I appreciate all your comments. City staff, the only question I have is these conditions that they're asking to be relieved. Patricia, maybe you can answer this question. You said it was conditions that the tribe want to put on. If we relieve those, is the tribe going to sue for this project, or could sue this project because those are not in the permit process?
It's, I would say, possible, but maybe Jennifer has more insight on that.
Well, Patricia, what is the tribe's asking?
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So it's my understanding through the Community Development Department that these were conditions that were required by the tribe. If I'm mistaken in that, then somebody should correct me. That said, just like we honor Mission Springs Water District conditions of approval and other entities' condition of approval, the city is required to have a consultation with the tribe, meaningful consultation with the tribe under, I think it was AB 52. There's some other bills as well. But I would greatly caution the city to modify the tribe's conditions.
Hold on, everybody. This is my turn. I'm going to speak. Mr. Betts, you are far from speaking on this right now. You have 3 other council members in front of you, so I know you want to speak again. I'll do the second round. I'm walking down a line here on this right now, so follow me, please. If these conditions are not removed, that makes sure that the city's not in possible litigation with the tribe in the future. But if I heard correctly, and Patricia, maybe you can answer this, is that these conditions don't have to be adhered to if the city deems them not, I forget the word, but if you deem them not to be validated. So if you agree there's going to be no dinosaurs there, you don't have to condition to do that. Is that correct?
Right. They're pretty standard. So if it doesn't apply to the project, then it doesn't apply.
So most of these 5 projects would probably not apply, but to be safe for the developer and to be safe for the city, to keep them in there, and then you determine at the staff level whether they're worth making them do that or portion of it or not. Does that make sense?
Yes, I would agree just to keep them on, and then, like I said, if they don't apply, then we won't enforce it.
Mario, would you have a heartache with that just to make sure that everybody's safe?
If I may I can consult with John? John, are we all right with that?
Well, Patricia, is the letter from the tribe in the packet?
It is not.
Because I've not seen the letter that you're referring to. The tribe, Mr. Mayor, typically does not ask for paleontological research. They don't really care about that. They I believe, and Patricia can tell us definitively, that they want a tribal monitor to be, or that monitoring is done during site disturbance, so that if something is encountered, they can stop disturbance and retrieve the resource. That and we've agreed to that. We don't. The initial study says that we'll have a monitor, and that if the tribe wants to have a monitor, we'll have their monitor as well. But that's not associated with paleontology. It's associated with just the cultural resources, tribal cultural resources.
And neither is a tier 4. That's not from the tribal.
No.
And right now, Mr. Mayor, we are working with the tribe on a project. We're partners with them, and their concern is with finding anything that's sensitive, culturally sensitive, and that's a very typical thing, and we agree with that. That they come out, and if we find something, we stop construction, we figure out how to mitigate it, and we move forward. But we don't feel we're going to find anything there.
What I'm trying to get at, Mario, is I'm trying to figure out a way. I know there's another project in another city that I work in that has recently been going through a lawsuit with the tribe because they didn't have certain things in their development agreement. I'm just trying to avoid any delays in your project. But if you feel comfortable taking these 5 issues out of it, then you would be taking the risk. Would that not be correct?
Absolutely. And, in my 40 years of doing this, Mayor, I have a very, very good relationship with the tribe. And the only one that really ever responds from a tribal perspective is the Agua Caliente tribe. Usually the other tribal councils do not respond. They rely on them to. I know Patty Tuck Garcia, they're archaeologists very, very, very well. And I would accept that responsibility, Mayor.
Okay, that's all I wanted to. That's where I wanted to get to with those items there. With that, I'll go to the next council member, Ms. Pye.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, there's one item there that has nothing to do with it, the first environmental constraint sheet. That's a condition from our surveyor that's actually going to sign the plans. And I don't think John Christie is the surveyor of record. I have no way of verifying that if or not a environmental constraint sheet is actually needed until they submit the final map. So I would recommend that conditions has to remain on there. Environmental constraint sheet does identify if there's any fault zones, flood zones, and we can't verify that just from the submittals that they had currently submitted. So that would be a condition that has nothing to do with the tribal consultation. It's actually a state law that if there is any environmental, it must be recorded with the property. And at this point, we can verify that.
Thank you. Ms. Pai?
My question is, if what you asked Patricia, if it doesn't apply, then she's not requesting. So you keep it in there. Who am I asking?
That is correct. So, I mean, these are pretty standard conditions that were sent in. So if it applies, then we enforce it. If it doesn't apply, then we wouldn't enforce it.
Okay, so I'm asking, why can't we do that?
That's the options that we have. So we either the developer's asking us to take those 5 conditions out, or if not, then we leave them in, and then the city staff saying if it doesn't apply, they wouldn't make them do it.
That's acceptable.
And Mario, I can assure you, as you know, working with us and our staff, that we will only apply these if they are absolutely necessary. So I hope that we've built up that trust and rapport with you where you can have that confidence.
100%.
Mr. Nunez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gonzalez, what can I say is that you have a nice project here. Beautiful homes. There's just a couple of questions that I had. But first, number one, there's a big difference between a tribal monitor and a paleontologist. And I know that the tribal monitor is there to look out for their heritage, culture, and artifacts that they find that they did exist in these parts of the land. So we got to make sure we're culturally sensitive to that. Paleontologists, on the other hand, are looking for two different, way different things than what the tribal wants to preserve. So I can go either way with that item, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gonzalez, on your retention basin on your emergency access, I'm thinking about the flow of the children that have to walk to school. And is there a way so we can have access to that emergency access for the children to come in and out of there to go to school? I don't know if you have a gate that's going to be locked, or is it going to be angled in a certain way that kids can come in and out of there? That's one thing I will look at, rather than having these kids, maneuver through the neighborhood, getting out of one way in and one way out of this community. The other thing I was looking at is I'm looking at the big picture here, and this project seems to be connected to another project on the south of it, which is El Dorado Place and what is it, Sunrise Avenue. This I guess question goes toward more staff. What is the future of this project? Is it going to tie in at all? I would like to see it flow. I know right where Sunset Avenue is, it's going to be cut off and put a retention. It's going to be blocked. How is that going to be blocked? Was there any interest in incorporating the other community into this community? Because this is another gated community right in the south, correct?
We did have some communication with the developer when he first approached. And Mario, would you mind kind of discussing some of that communication? Because I believe you actually purchased some of your land from that other development, if I'm remembering correctly.
Correct. Thank you, Councilman, for the questions. That's correct. So the south existing project, Aventura, was originally developed to be phase 1. The property that we bought was going to be phase 2. That's the purpose of doing a specific plan amendment tonight, where we're taking that specific plan and amending it so our project's a little different. I have talked to them folks in there. There's a lot of renters in there. There's property owners in there. And the project is probably, I don't know, almost 20 years old, maybe a little less. I think in 2004, 2006, the map was recorded. So, I mean, we feel that, what we are going to do is we are going to put a brand new wall in for them. We're going to, that separates their property and our property. The developer that bought the property there has some lots there We've looked at possibly purchasing those lots from him. So I thought what we would do at first is go in there, establish some credibility, get our project going. And if there was an opportunity to team up with him on the remaining 20, 21 lots, 20 some odd lots that are there, we would. But right now we're interested in providing a new property that people, will have established values. They'll have entrances there. And so at this time, we have no consideration to be part of that existing property. So I hope I answered that question.
What about on the other acts, the retention basin, little opening for students?
Sure,
traffic,
Councilman. Thank you. Yes, so secondary access point, and I'm open to this, but sometimes when you have more pedestrian access points with children, we're very sensitive to that. So they got an option. If they have one option, then we know that they're always going to be there. That's what we'll look for at the main entrance, and we have that. But if that's something that's important to the council and mayor, we can certainly have our emergency vehicle gate have a pedestrian access, or this property will have a homeowner association, so it'll be governed by a homeowner association, and we could put something in our CC&Rs there and handle that with a fob. And then how do you do that? Do you give a kid a key? You give a kid a fob that he can lose and someone finds it? Or do you have, a combination lock that everyone and their mother can get? So that's why we felt that at the front of the property, it would be more controlled that way. But it is a very good point, and I'm open to that. If that's something that you feel is very important, we could do that. But I think from a safety perspective, it may have more disadvantages than advantages.
I kind of agree with you, but again, on the other hand, I would kind of disagree with you, because ultimately when you have an open space, green space, and you have houses across the street, like, hey, there's a park, they're going to tend to utilize it. But on the other hand, I say that I want to make it easier for children to get to school back and forth. I wouldn't say necessarily use that fire lane, but maybe a right next door in the retention basin itself, have a gate going out where kids can access in and out, if anything. And I would really like to say, this development was planned out very well. I would say maybe having that last row on the south where the retention basin is, do that your very, very last phase, only to just in case you acquire that property south of it, then you can take off and finish off that project in the south. But good job on your project, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. And that incidentally is our last phase. We'll be building the project through the retention basin as we work from the north down to our south and mop our way out down to the south. And may I ask, and I should notice, aren't the schools more to the north than they are to the south of this property?
Correct. I believe they are, but when you're at the southwest corner, a student will have to go all the way up rather than just going across and up. There's more turns than straight lines, right? The best, what do they say? The best way to the destination is a straight line. So I think that would minimize a lot of that. Other than that, I think you have a great project. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I would concur with Councilmember Nunez. This is a fantastic project. Mario, congratulations on it. You and your company have always been great partners with the city. You've always created a fantastic product, and you make our city much better for it. And I'm happy to have you here. I also wanted to just point out, I don't have any issues with those conditions. I appreciate staff's approach of, if it is a boilerplate issue and there is no concern, they're not going to enforce it. And I would hope, again, as our deputy city manager asked, that we build up enough of a rapport and trust with you that you'll know that even though it's a boilerplate thing there, unless one of your backhoes hits the skull of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, that the paleontology piece is not going to be anything we need to worry about. I would love to see this move forward. We are the fastest growing city in the valley. We've got a lot of exciting growth coming our way, and GHA has been a great part of it. And I'm 100% in favor of this, Mr. Mayor.
Do I have any more comments from council directed towards the developer before I close the public hearing? All right, seeing none, Mario, thank you for everything. We're going to close the public hearing at this time, and I'll open it up to council discussion. Is there more discussion or a motion?
Questions?
I move we
Mr.
accept.
Betts, hold on. Mr. Betts chimed in first.
Yeah, thanks. So the hold on a second. We have a project here. You know, I've been doing my homework around the city for a lot of years, watching these developments very carefully. And, you know, the question about the wall surrounding the community, if you go back to land use planners like Freilich, who did a seminar in this city, you'll see that it's not desirable to have a wall all around a community and then a wall around another community. So if somebody wants to go see their neighbor that's, you know, maybe 100 feet away from them, they have to go drive a mile to get there. But that aside, we're not at that point now. And I can see the reasons why, you know, they've developed this as they have. And I think limiting access to that catch basin park from the outside and having it only for the residents would be a desirable thing. It's not a community park for the whole entire area. On the whole, you have the total lots density on this is going down, if I'm reading this report correctly, from 115 down to 76 lots. The minimum lot size is going from, this one's called Rancho Descano, correct, staff?
Yes, it is. It's Rancho Descanso, and it was formerly Aventura Palms.
Make sure we're getting this backwards. So minimum lot size is going from 3,500 up to 6,600, and the maximum lot size is going from 74 all the way up to 93. And the dwelling size is going from a small 1,200 square foot up to 1,747 at a minimum, and the maximum dwelling size is going up to 2,258 square feet. So this project is a big improvement over what was approved before. So in that sense, we really want to move forward with this one. There's a condition on page 15, my page 15 of this agreement, where it talks about graffiti. And I had a discussion with staff on this. And our standard on graffiti is that it's removed within 24 hours. And if I get to the staff condition on this one, it's talking about that the developer will remove graffiti within 48 hours after discovering it. And that's not our standard. And I just want, this is applicant, developer, or successors in interest will be responsible for removal of any graffiti vandalism from the project site. And our standard is that any graffiti in our city will be removed in our graffiti program if it's visible from a street at no cost to the developer. And that it's not 48 hours, it's 24 hours. Now, I don't want to be taking up too much time here, but this has come up many, many times, and this keeps creeping back into our development agreements. So I had a conversation with staff earlier. Is this getting fixed now so that we're not lowering our standards when the council sets a standard? So
yes, I can update it.
Yes.
Okay, so, you know, I would like that to be an emotion that page under standard graffiti conditions, item 20, be changed to reflect what the council's goals and policy is on that. Certificate of occupancy prior to completion of public improvements. That means we've got people living there before sidewalks are in, or we've had all kinds of problems with public improvements not getting completed. We let everybody move in, all the houses get occupied, and then all of a sudden the public improvements don't get done. Have we got adequate bonding on this one to make sure that that doesn't happen? And why have we put that standard in there when previously it was no certificate of occupancy until all public improvements are installed?
Do you have any? That's That's a standard condition we put for the track map, because the track map has to, in order for the final map to be recorded, you have to secure all public improvements. With securing them, if there is any type of development that wants to open or get a certificate of occupancy, then you do have the securities in place. That's also part of our municipal code. So it's just referencing our municipal code.
Okay, but all right, so I'm gonna go back and look at that later. So I would approve this as long, and let's see what else. And then the other thing is there's a lot, I'm still not clear on what's gonna happen on this road, if that construction barrier or that dilapidated barrier is still gonna be there, if that's gonna go all the way out to Palm Drive, but I would like to condition this on that road going all the way through, and if it's a city expense, that the city go ahead and take care of that and do that at the time of construction so that there is that access there, and to make sure the Vista Montana is not going to have to pay for any improvements associated with the construction of that road. So my motion would be, if I could make a motion, Mr. Mayor, would be to approve.
I think Gary had a comment after. Were you making a comment, Gary, or making a motion?
I was making a motion that we approve the staff recommendations and move forward as written.
I would like to make the motion if I could, so I can incorporate some of these other things we've talked about.
I honestly don't sense a need to do that. I think most of the stuff that you mentioned can be taken care of at an administrative level and doesn't need to take place at a council level.
Well,
let me see before you guys start debate. There is a motion on the table. I need to get a second. Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor, I was asking for point of order that I was in line to make the motion, but if you don't,
you weren't in line. He was going to make a motion when you chimed in to make comments. So I stopped him from making a motion so you can make your comments. So now I'm going to take a second. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. I'll open it back up for discussion, Mr. Betts.
So what's the motion, please? Could I have that read back for the city clerk?
The motion on the floor is to approve staff recommendation.
And that, presuming that staff recommendation is not to relieve the condition 96 for paleo monitoring, that we are going to require air quality tier 4 construction equipment. And
it's not to relieve any of the conditions, Mr. Betts.
Okay, does the staff recommendation include changing the graffiti to 24 hours as our standard, not 48, and that be part of the graffiti program and not a separate program for this development?
Correct.
So that was in the motion?
So we've already talked about the fact that we were going to correct that. We talked about that today.
I know, I'm just asking if that's in the...
Yes, that will be included.
Okay, so I guess all right, so Gary, you're okay with that one? Huh?
He said yes.
Okay, and okay, fine.
Any other comments? A roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts.
I'll wait and see everybody else votes.
Councilmember Nunez.
Councilmember Betts, you were called upon to vote. Please vote.
It's customary everywhere. I'm going to take some time to think about this one. I'm not certain right now. I want to just wait. I'll see everybody else votes, and then I'll cast my vote.
Mr. Betts, you've been asked to vote. Please vote. Mr. Betts, are you going to abstain or vote?
A point of order. What is the problem with conducting ourselves the same way every other board or commissioner conducts itself? A member asks for more time to consider their vote. I don't see the problem, Scott.
Well, it's because we've taken up about an hour of our time tonight based on your comments and everything. So I'm asking you to vote. You should have plenty of information to vote on this item. All right, as of now, Mr. Betts chooses not to vote. Go ahead with the roll call.
Councilmember Nunez.
Aye.
Councilmember Pai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Aye.
Mayor Mattis.
Aye. Mr. Betts, would you like to record a vote now?
My vote is yes.
Motion passes unanimously. This is the first reading. This is also first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 17.240 Rancho Descanso, Amendment Number 1 to Title 17 Zoning of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code to amend zoning standards for the Rancho Descanso. Amendment Number 1 area, formerly called Aventura Palms 2. The ordinance will return on February 1st for second reading and adoption.
Thank you very much.
Point of order, do we need to put that in a separate motion?
Excuse me?
Do we need what the city clerk just said in a separate motion, or is he just reciting the?
Just reciting. I think everything's been handled. Thank you, Mr. Beth. Item number 5 is the general plan amendment number 21-2, zone change number 21-1, zoning. Ordinance amendment number 21-2, and adoption of general plan update EIR amendment. Mr. Rowell, is it you or is someone else going to give this?
It's actually going to be Juan Carrillo.
Okay, thank you. Juan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. Let me see if I can share my screen. And just to make sure, are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. So these applications in front of you are for general plan amendments, zone change, and a zoning ordinance amendment. A little bit of background on these applications in front of you. They have to do with the adoption of the general plan update EIR that the City Council adopted on May 26 of 2020. And what that did, it adopted a land use map and a zoning map. And as part of the general plan update process, some of the parcels citywide changed zoning designations. Some of the parcel owners and business owners submitted notifications to city staff about future plans they had on their vacant properties or on existing businesses, as far as either new development or expansion of their businesses. After the entire general plan update process was completed, staff identified 6 parcels that had zoning designations changed incorrectly, or had conflicting zoning designations with existing uses. And those APA numbers are here on this slide, and I will take you to area maps for each individual parcel that are part of these applications. We're going to start with a citywide zoning map. And the purpose of this map is to show the council the location of the 6 parcels citywide. There are 3 parcels here, another one here, here, and here, and they are in the order that you see them on the screen from the top to the bottom. The first parcel, it's APN 641042047, which is adjacent to the World Gym parking lot. This is what's existing. This is the current zoning designation for this parcel. This is the location of the World Gym site, and this is being used for their parking lot. This is zone RM, as you can see on the slide, which does not allow for parking lots. With the application here in front of you, what that will do, it will make the parcel to be concurrent with the parcel where the gym is located, and also along the parcels on the west side of Palm, and that being downtown commercial. As you can see here on the bottom again, the current is known as residential medium RM, and the proposal, the recommendation is to change it to DC, downtown commercial, to be consistent with current uses and the general plan designation commercial. The next parcel is APN 641091021. There is an existing auto repair shop. As you can see again on the existing zoning designation, the parcel in question is this parcel here, and is zone residential medium density. The designation to the east is MUC, and this parcel here has a current auto repair, which again, not permitted with the current zoning designation. The proposed change here is to make it MUC, which will allow for the existing use, which is auto repair. And again, the current designation and the proposed designation general plan are on the bottom of the slide. The next parcel in question is the existing AMPM, and they are proposing to do an expansion to their convenience store. Again, the existing being residential medium. This is the parcel in question. This is the AMPM ARCO. And this is what is being proposed, again, to make it consistent with the existing use. The owner or operator of the ARCO is going to be expanding their existing building to the west. What that will do, it will allow him to do that if this parcel change is approved by you tonight. Again, the zoning designation and the proposed change of zoning designation and land use is at the bottom of the slide. The next parcel is APN 656150003, and staff actually did receive an application for a resort or spa. Again, the existing zoning designation on the left side of the PowerPoint slide. The existing designation here, as you can see, is residential low density. Again, a proposed spa resort is not permitted on the current zoning designation. Therefore, part of these applications include to change the zoning designation to ESC, which will allow for the resort and the spa. Again, the proposed and existing designations are on the bottom of the slide. And again, staff actually did receive an application for development on that parcel. Another parcel, part of this application, again, is this vacant parcel. Again, the zoning designation is RRD. It is being proposed to be light industrial, as you can see on the proposed designations. And again, the bottom of the slide tells you what the current zoning designation is, what it is being proposed to change to, as well as the general plan. The last parcel, APN 666370032, is a vacant industrial parcel, which actually has a dual zoning designation. This is a parcel in question, and again, this is what's existing. A large portion of the parcel is BP for business park, and a smaller portion is industrial. What is being proposed on this parcel is to get rid of the dual zoning designation and make it all industrial. And again, as you can see, this is what's existing, and this is what is being proposed. Any future expansion or new construction on any of these 6 sites will have to meet new land use if this is approved tonight. It will have to comply with the new zoning designations. Additionally, it will also have to comply with development standards, such as new maximum number of stories and building height. Site-specific environmental documents will be required for each parcel when development is proposed on when any expansion of the existing businesses is proposed. It will have to comply with the new applicable conditions of approval, which will be project-specific, and the build site-specific improvements. They will have to comply with building right-of-way improvements and those kind of things that are typical of any new development and even expansion of existing businesses. They will also have to obtain the appropriate building permits as part of the development process. Zoning ordinance amendment number 21-2 is being proposed to change the current standard for industrial designations, as you can see on this slide. Currently, the structure height is a maximum of 2 stories or 50 feet. What the Planning Commission recommended as City Council is that this be changed to 5 stories and 100 feet maximum height. That is what the zoning ordinance amendment number 21-2 is proposed to do. As part of the environmental assessment, there was an addendum prepared for the EIR that was part of the general plan update back in May 26 of 2020. It is just an addendum to what was previously approved by the City Council, and the state clearinghouse number is here for reference. And that was the CEQA process for these applications in front of you tonight. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council approve general plan amendment number 21-2, zone change number 21-1, zoning ordinance amendment 21-1, and the adoption of a general plan update EIR addendum, including a resolution attached to the staff report. And just to note, the council, we did receive a letter in opposition of the project. I believe that letter has been distributed to the council members and the mayor. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available if you have any questions.
All right. So your staff recommendation, entertain questions of staff and city council. I just, can you reiterate, I know it's getting late here, what was the purpose of the planning commission on the height?
Yes, sir. When we took these applications to the planning commission on December 14 of last year, we took the recommendation to change the maximum height of the building to 5 stories or 120 feet in height. The planning commission gave staff direction to change that to still 5 stories, but a maximum height of 100 feet. That was a recommendation from the planning commission to the city council.
All right, I pretty much, this is pretty much a cleanup item for our general plan. I just don't understand. I kind of watched what the planning commission was talking about, but I just don't understand why they would restrict it at this point. In future warehouse development, in the industrial area, cannabis, people are going to have automated machines that are going to need more height. I'm not sure I can support that portion of it. The rest of it's obviously pretty much just clean up. I think we just need to take the initial recommendation and move with that, but we'll get there after we get the other questions answered. Anyone else have questions to staff specifically before we open the public hearing? Ms. Spine?
Was the 100 feet because the fire only goes to 100 feet?
No, if I may, when we had taken the item forward to the planning commission, we took it forward having had discussions with prospective developers that had expressed interest in potentially coming in. And they had articulated that, you know, the way that the industry is kind of shifting, that they're going with higher building heights. And I believe that there's some PowerPoint documentation if we need to get into that. They talked a little bit about fire, but if I'm being very candid, and I don't want to be at all dismissive of the planning commission, but I don't know that we did a great job in articulating what the need was. I'll put it that way. Maybe we didn't do a good job of articulating the building height need and the necessity for the 120 feet. I think that's the way I'd like to frame that today. But we would still, from a staff perspective, I think stand firm that we would recommend 120 feet, but we had to take forward the recommendation that planning commission approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my only question was one for staff was, we're talking about multiple owners, correct, for different properties. So that's just want to clear that fire.
Yes, sir. These are multiple owners and multiple existing businesses that we're looking at doing future expansions in their existing businesses.
And for the height specifically, Councilmember Nunez, this would be for the entire industrial area. Juan, correct me if I'm wrong. So we've got the subject properties that we're talking about the zoning designations on, but the height would be for the entire industrial area.
That is correct. It will be citywide.
Anyone else have specific questions for staff? Yes, Mr. Betts?
So will it be for the industrial area or will it be citywide? The height that we're talking about?
It would be for the industrial area.
But not citywide, just industrial area.
Correct.
But it could be industrial areas that border residential areas? And is there any specification of that within the first, say, 20 feet, it will be so many feet of elevation and then going back another 20 feet as the state law allows us to do, or the when you said a court case, I forget the city, but they wanted to prevent the situation of a 5-story or 124-foot tall building being next to a residential house. And our code, I think, reads as, you know, maintaining the contour and consistency of the surrounding communities, but it's very subjective. It's not very definitive. Do we get into anything where we specify where this can occur and what happens when it borders a residential neighborhood, that you can't just put a 5-story building right next to a house? Did we detail that in this change?
We did, sir. Actually, our zoning code has those development standards. When you have different zoning designations in adjoining parcels, There's going to be typical minimum building setbacks and landscaping setbacks. But it is unusual to have residential zoning designations adjacent to industrial designations. There's
Do we have residential next to industrial?
There may be some non-conforming residential uses adjacent to industrial or commercial that is also typical. But again, the development standards that are already in place in our zoning code call for a minimum distance from any zoning designation that is not the same on different parcels. For instance, if you had a residence next to a commercial or industrial zoning designation, there might be a minimum of 20 feet separation between the residential to the commercial or the industrial. There is also going to be minimum landscaping setbacks, typically 10 feet. There is also going to be cases where parking would be along the different zoning designations along the property line. Those are typical development standards that we currently have in our zoning code.
Okay, so the court case that I was familiar with and looked at was that if you specifically determine, say within 100 feet, you can't go up 5 stories if you're next door to residential. Our code doesn't specify anything like that. And I just to short circuit this, I had covered this with staff and in our meetings, weekly meetings, and I guess we didn't get into looking into that, right? So we don't know what the answer is. I've asked this question already and I'm not getting an answer. So we don't know what the answer is then, right?
Well, this is the first time I'm hearing about a court case, but I think as Juan had mentioned, there is development standards that are in place that are accounting for, I believe, what you're asking.
Well, we have development standards, but the development standards can either be very specific or they can be subjective. And the courts have ruled under the new, what the legislature has just enacted, that subjective development standards don't override the state. And then if you want to apply very specific standards, you must call them out. So my question is really simple. Does this call out very specific distance to height requirements, or does it just simply say in all industrial areas, we can go 5 stories and 120 feet or 100 feet right on the border without specifying it? Which one is it?
It is the standard is that when you have a zoning designation that is different to, say, an industrial parcel, then you have to provide a 20-foot minimum building setback. When you have, if you have 2 industrial zoning designations parcels, then you could actually build up to the property line at that height. Okay, provided that the designation adjacent to it is industrial.
I don't want this to go on so long. I'm not asking about 2 industrial properties next to each other. I got that part. I'm asking about residential. And so the answer I'm getting is that we could have a situation where you have a residential zoned area and houses next to an industrial area. And as long as there's 20 feet buffer, that industrial can go up 124 feet or 100 feet or 5 stories. Is that correct?
Almost impossible in our zone. Almost impossible with the way our city is zoned, Russell. If you look at our industrial maps are buffered by multi-species habitat plan. You could never develop industrial next to most, I think 99% of our residential areas.
All right, but there are those instances, and I'll get out the map and look at it. I'm sure there's instances that would occur, and it was a real simple question, and I'm gonna have to figure out a way to ask these simple questions so that I get a quick, simple answer, so that people aren't getting irritated that we're taking too long.
Well, they've answered the question multiple times, but you keep asking it, looking for a different answer.
You think they answered it? They answered it, but they didn't answer it. Okay, they didn't tell me what I was asking. So it's okay. That's why the benefit of the staff meetings is to try and get these things cleared up ahead of time so that this doesn't happen. Okay, fine.
Can we move on now?
I have one more question.
Sure.
So how many zone changes are we making to the general plan with this action that's being recommended by staff?
with this section in front of you, it's just those 6 specific parcels that are identified. There may be other ones coming up. Zone changes happen periodically, and they always do come to the planning commission and then end up at the city council for final approval. It is likely that there will be other zone changes that could be property owner initiated or business owner initiated. These 6 parcels, again, are as a result of the general plan update EIR that the city did in 2020. And this is one of the cleanup items that have come before the planning commission and before the council. And there may be more. There may be more.
You're going way beyond what I asked. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep this short because the mayor wants to keep us moving along.
Okay, so 6 parcels.
6 zone changes to the general plan, correct?
That is the answer, yes, sir.
Recommendation. And there's always been question. I mean, the joke around the city was, well, we make 100 zone changes to our general plan in a year, which probably exaggeration, but is there any type of state law that restricts how many zone changes we can make in 1 year for general plan?
I'm going to defer that to the city attorney, if she can answer that.
Because the questions come up that you can only make 4 in a year, and I'm just asking, is that true or not? I don't know the answer.
So the answer is you can make 4 general plan amendments.
Okay, so
in 1 year.
Is one amendment that counts as 6, or is this 6 separate amendments?
No, it's counted as 1. This is counted as 1.
We're counting these 6 as 1?
Correct. You're only making 1 change to the general plan. It consists of 6 parcels.
So we could, all right, that's all the questions I got.
All right, we'll open a public hearing at this time, and we'll take testimony from the applicants. Because I don't know if you're in favor, opposed, or neutral, if we do have any public comments, please state your position when you introduce yourself. Do I have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Gerald McKenna.
Mr. McKenna, when you get up on the screen there and you take yourself off mute, could you identify yourself as in favor, opposed, or neutral?
I am opposed.
Okay, please state your comment.
I'm opposed to particularly the zone change for parcel 656-150-003. That's the property on Hermano. And staff has been saying over and over that this is a cleanup action. This is a inconsistency between plans. It's nothing of the kind. What's happened here is the applicant has indicated to the city staff they want a zone change, and it has been bundled together with these others and put through in a rather unfortunate way, because there's not a proper hearing on this individual property. It's bundled together with others, and you're not analyzing them. The public's not analyzing them. It's a zone change from residential to commercial. It's another case of a person with a low value, low density residential going to the city and saying, "Oh, I'd like this to be commercial." And the city says, "Sure." And in this case, they make it easy for them. And I've seen these before. There's something like, in the last 2.5 years, the percentage of the city land that is commercial has changed from 10% to 17%. And I don't think there's been a lot of public debate about that. Secondly, on this property, the EIR requires that the city will mitigate to a level of insignificance the effects on the environment. And one of the effects is noise. And currently, that property is being used, it's already a public nuisance. It's being used as an outdoor entertainment venue. It's 900 feet away from my house, and I have recorded in the middle of the night sound levels of 65 decibels at my bedroom window from that property. And that's outrageous. It's a public nuisance, and it should not be permitted. And I think the whole process is flawed. If I want to go on and also talk about the height limit that you've mentioned, the industrial height limit, it's a fairly big issue. And it's slid into this little amendment that hopefully somebody will notice that the city is making this kind of major change, because it's very easy to miss something major. And height limits are vitally important. I said in my letter that there's a change to residential height limit that went through on the general plan from 20 feet to 30, which allows 2-story buildings all over the residential areas of the city. And I think that's outrageous. I mean, it's just a disaster. And I think the whole process of the planning commission, the planning staff, it needs a revamp. It needs a really thorough overlook by somebody more professional than the people we've got. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more public comments?
No, we do not.
All right, at this time, we'll close the public hearing. And we'll move to city council discussion. Who would like to go first, Mr. Gardner?
I don't have any direct comments on this. I do agree with the original staff recommendations about moving higher in the industrial area. And I concur with you, Mr. Mayor. It's virtually impossible there is no residential areas surrounding any of our industrial areas. If they are, they're non-conforming ones that were zoned in, and there's just scattered houses out there. And if we really truly want to attract businesses here other than cannabis to diversify our economy and expand our tax base, anything that would resemble a distribution warehouse or something along those lines, they're going to need that 120-foot height. And if you look at what Palm Springs just did, they went with 100-foot height, and they're not going to attract anybody with that. And so it's highly important that we stay a step ahead of that and try to attract some of those. I've met with a few of those developers at various DVBA meetings, and in the past, they've not wanted to come out here because they can't make 2 round trips to the port. And now, with traffic and with the growth in the valley and stuff, they're beginning to sense that it makes sense to put a distribution warehouse out here. And I, for one, would like to capture that business in our industrial area and get our tax base expanded. So I would fully support these zoning changes and changing that planning commission portion back up to 120 feet.
Mr. Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just hearing some of the concerns that I've read and hearing Mr. McKenna's comments, although I think, we're in the process of, we have very, very good staff to plan and develop the right kind of buffer that we can separate, if any, we can separate industrial and residential, or commercial and residential. I think we have the right staff to do that. I think we have a vision with this council and this staff to say that, we can protect our residents from being invaded by commercial properties or industrial properties or whatnot. To go to Mr. Bett's comments, where I think a prime example, what he's saying is that Little Morongo Road, you have one side, you have the light industrial, and then right across you have the county, residential. So I think that's one of the only locations that we look at that can be an example. But other than that, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Ms. Pye.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Gardner and Councilman Nunez.
Mr. Betts, any final comments? All right, at this time, Mr. Gardner, you want to make a motion?
I move we accept the staff recommendations and change the planning commission height recommendation back up to 120 feet.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, comment by Mr. Betts.
I would like to, what's the parcel that's there in that area that was being discussed? The resort community, what one is that one on the list?
I think parcel number 5, I believe.
I believe it's parcel number 4.
No. Yes, it is.
Parcel number 4 on the list of APNs provided.
So I would like to offer an amendment to the motion, supporting the motion, but removing item number 4 from the list and have that go back to the Planning Commission for a specific request for zoning change.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor, would that change the amount of amendments we can make to general plan?
It would count as a new one, so that would give us 2 for the year if we had to go back to that one. Does staff have any input on that request from that resident on?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, want to cut you off, but I would like to comment on this. And Mr. McKenna did make comments at the Planning Commission meeting. We're investigating this right now. We have another property that's in that same vicinity that was recently purchased within the last couple of years. And we are actually going through some compliance matters with them because they are operating as both an Airbnb and a hotel without city permits. So we are investigating whether or not these noise complaints are actually coming from that property or the property that is actually up for consideration for the zoning change. And so that is under current investigation by staff. Now, with respect to the zoning change itself, this applicant was somebody that during the general plan update actually didn't get the opportunity to come forward to council with their request. And that's why they were added in here. She does have a project that we've stopped all development on until this item was heard. So we've got two different items here going on, but I do want Mr. McKenna to know we are investigating the noise issues, and we do have another property that's just next door that we think may be the culprit of that.
All right, Mr. Gardner, are you going to accept the amendment or not?
No.
All right, and we're going to move to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Betts?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez?
Aye.
Councilmember Pai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Aye.
And Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council approving GPA number 21-2, amending the general plan designation on 6 properties within the city. Zone change number 21-1, changing the zoning designation on 6 properties within the city. General plan amendment number 21-2, amending certain sections of chapter 17.16, industrial districts for future industrial development, and 4, adopting a general GPU EIR addendum. The ordinance will return on February 1st for second reading and adoption.
Thank you very much. I know we have quite a few items to go, but some of these should go pretty quick now. They should be mostly cleanup items. So item number 6 is the ordinance amending chapter 17.180, marijuana facilities, operation and locations, text in order to harmonize the text with the approved land use tables adopted by ordinance 712 in May 2020, while updating the zoning for the 2020 general plan amendment. Mr. Sorrell, is it you?
Mayor, it will actually be our amazing attorney, Ms. Mizrahi.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of council. An item that you have before you this evening is truly a clean up ordinance. There were land use tables that the city council adopted in adopting its general plan, specifically related to cannabis use. And unfortunately, the actual chapter 17.180, the text of the chapter was not updated to reflect the tables that were actually in the general plan amendments. And so the item that is before you this evening does just that. It updates the actual text of the chapter 17.180. With that, that concludes my staff report, unless you would actually like me to go over the what the tables were, or what the tables are, I'm sorry, in the updated general plan, and then exactly the text of the chapter. Just for clarification, your exhibit 1 is the proposed ordinance, and as you will see, it does have the red line or black line changes. And then exhibit 2 is ordinance 712. Ordinance 712 was the ordinance that was adopted with the general plan back in 2020. That concludes my report.
All right. If you have specific questions, we'll get into that. Do we have any questions for staff directly before I open the public hearing? I see no. Yeah, go ahead.
So when we originally put in the marijuana zones, the discussion was that retail would go in commercial and manufacturing would go in industrial, and that basically treat the cannabis dispensaries like a Rite Aid or anything else anywhere else in the city. And now we've excluded, I see in the reading over the ordinance and the staff report, that we've excluded downtown commercial districts and visitor serving commercial districts. So is there a definition somewhere in this what a downtown commercial district is? That all of Palm Drive and visitor serving? So I just don't understand why we're making that change here to exclude commercial areas. That Can I get an explanation, please?
Sure. Doria, can I just take one portion of it, and then what I'll do, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I will defer to Ms. Wilms. The reason why it's being changed right now is because this was already changed in the land use tables back in 2020. So the text that you see on your page 979 of your agenda, for example, merely reflects the land use table. With that, I can go ahead and defer to Ms. Wilms in terms of where exactly these districts are.
So I think that answers my question. What you're saying is that we changed to where all of commercial was available to dispensary, and now we've limited it so that it's not in the downtown and that it's not in the visitor serving anymore. So this isn't a new change. This is a change that happened previously.
That is correct.
Okay, so that's a question I was asked by people before this meeting, and I wanted to make sure that was answered here. Now the question is briefly, where is the downtown zone?
So the downtown commercial district roughly is comprised of Pearson Boulevard from Cactus up to Ocotillo, Mesquite. Danny, correct me if you know that. I think it's Ocotillo. And then it goes down to the opposite side of Acoma and up to the opposite side of First Street. So it's this area here. I did mention this to you, Councilmember Betts, today.
That's the district?
That is the downtown commercial district.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, we'll open the public hearing at this time and take any testimony in favor and opposed or neutral. If you are going to make public comments, please state your position. Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
We'll close public hearing at this time. We'll take council discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we adopt staff recommendation.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. I see no one else raising their hand. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Betts?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez?
Aye.
Councilmember Pai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Aye.
And Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council amending Chapter 17.180 Marijuana Facilities Operation and Location text in order to harmonize the text with the approved land use tables adopted by Ordinance 712 in May 2020 while updating the zoning for the 2020 General Plan Amendment. The ordinance will return on February 1st for a second reading and adoption.
Move to item number 7, ordinance amending Chapter 17.84 Development Agreements text in order to harmonize the text with the approved Review Authority, Table 17.64.01, adopted by Ordinance 712 in May 2020, while updating the zoning for the 2020 General Plan Amendment. Mr. Bursell, is it? I know it's probably not you. You're just famous on here with titles.
Yeah, it's actually going to be Juan Carrillo.
Thank you.
This is the, forgive me for interrupting, Mr. Mayor. This is item 7, correct? This is 17.84 development agreement text. Did I skip one? Okay, forgive me. That would be me as well.
Okay.
Forgive me. Yeah. So again, very, very similar to the one that we just approved. The item before you this evening, again, just modifies the text in Chapter 17.84 to comply with the already approved Review Authority table in 17.64.01. Again, that Review Authority table was already the table itself was already approved back in 2020 pursuant to our general plan update, and the actual text, though, was not. So that this ordinance provides the review text. Again, that you have the proposed ordinance with the bold and underlined changes as your Exhibit 1, and your Exhibit 2 is that ordinance 712 that was adopted in 2020 by Council. That concludes my staff report. I'm available for questions.
Specific questions for the city attorney or staff? We'll open the public hearing at this time. We'll take any testimony. Do I have any testimony?
No, we do not.
Close the public hearing. Any questions for staff? Entertain a motion.
Move staff recommendations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts,
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez,
Aye.
Councilmember Pai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner,
Aye.
and Mayor Mattis.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. This is our first reading of an ordinance of the City Council amending Chapter 17.84 Development Agreements text in order to harmonize the text with the approved review authority. Table 17.64.01 adopted by Ordinance 712 in May 2020. While updating the zoning for the 2020 General Plan Amendment, the ordinance will return on February 1st for second reading and adoption.
Thank you. Item 8 is an ordinance, number 1, adding section 16.24.095 SB 9 parcel map standards, and number 2, amending certain sections of chapter 17.08 residential districts in order to comply with Senate Bill 9. Juan, I heard this one is yours.
Yes, sir. This one's mine. Let me just make sure that I have the PowerPoint. It's a small PowerPoint. Do you see my screen now with State Bill 9?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This is one of the state mandates. It is referred to as SB 9, parcel map standards. And I want to share with you a little bit of background going back to when it was originally proposed by State Senator Atkins. It was actually signed by the governor on September 16 of 2021, and it actually became effective January 1st of 2022. We refer to this as the urban lot splits, where no more than 2 residential units can be built per lot. It is a ministerial review, meaning that there is no discretionary review or public hearing. These urban lots do not go to the Planning Commission for review and approval. It is administrative level staff. These are some of the requirements on the Senate bill. I'm not going to read all of them, but just so that you see what type of requirements. And some of these are to avoid having some of the existing units be torn down, existing units that are occupied by tenants. For instance, this right here, it is required that the urban lot split or proposed housing development does not allow for the demolition of more than 25% of the existing exterior structural walls unless a local ordinance so allows, and other things like that that are part of the bill. What it does, it allows a local agency like the City of Desert Hot Springs to impose objective zoning, design, and subdivision standards unless those standards would have the effect of physically precluding the construction of 2 residential units on either of the resultant parcels or physically precluding either of the 2 units from being at least 800 square feet in floor area. And let me see if I can explain this. If, as a homeowner, I could subdivide my single-family residential lot with my existing single-family dwelling unit, and the bill says that the new created lot cannot have more than 2 units, meaning again that the maximum number of units on a single family lot, existing single family, could not have more than 2 units per lot. Let me know if that clarifies that question. If not, I'll try to explain it in a different way. But with that, the recommendation is that the City Council adopts the following, and that is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Desert Hot Springs, adding section 16.24.095 SB 9 parcel map standards, and amending certain sections of Chapter 17.08 residential districts in order to comply with Senate Bill 9. Again, this is a state mandate, and all cities throughout the state have to comply with this as it became effective as of January 1st of this year. That concludes staff's presentation, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Juan. Is there any questions for staff directly?
Yeah, I got a question. Why do we have to, why is this even on our agenda if the state's mandating it?
Because if cities don't, I'm sorry.
No,
if
go ahead.
cities, if cities don't comply with the state mandate, then cities will have to follow the state's ordinance as it's written by the state. This actually gives cities a little bit of wiggle room to have this type of urban lot splits meet some of the city standards. Things that cannot be met by state mandate are, for instance, building setbacks. Building setbacks are similar, if not the same, to ADUs. And that's not to be confused with the ADU ordinance. This is a separate ordinance, it's the SB 9, two completely separate intents. The ADU is to allow more housing, as you know, the state has a shortage in housing. The ADU ordinance, it's intended to help build more housing. The SB 9 is just a further step so that there could be more housing units built if any property owners decided to do that.
So I understand SB 9. My question is that basically where we're at is that the legislature, when they passed this, said if cities take some action, that they can at least have some restrictions that mitigate the effect of SB 9. But we have to take specific action on that. And so my question is, have we taken full advantage of everything that the legislature allowed to mitigate the impacts of SB 9 on our residential neighborhoods?
I think I'm going to ask the city attorney to help you on this question, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In my opinion, yes, I've gone through the SB 9 and then obviously gone through our municipal code. And I tried to take every liberty that I could pretty much to mitigate the effects of SB 9.
Okay, good. Thank you. I had that question come up from residents looking at this item and wanting to know if there's anything we could do. So thank you for answering that for them. It's the only question I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And adding on to what my colleague, Councilmember Betts, asked, I feel comfortable that we've done all that we can with the very little wiggle room that SB 9 gives us. But I understand as well that there are a number of court cases pending or about to be filed, and even an initiative is even being talked about to undo SB 9. And my only question would be is if good Lord willing, any of those efforts come to fruition and SB 9 is overturned, would we have to come back and undo this ordinance down the road?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yes, we would need to undo the ordinance down the road. That said, let me just point to one thing here. Yeah, it's not it. The answer is yes, we would have to undo the ordinance if there was some kind of, if SB 9 was overturned.
Thank you.
See no other comments. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Do we have any comments, public comments?
No, we do not.
Close the public hearing at this time. Do I have any more discussion or motion?
I just want to make a statement quickly that I think everybody knows that what this, you see the ads on social media talking about somebody come in and bulldoze the house next door to you and put up a fourplex. And there's certain restrictions in this. If it's rented or a rental, that can't happen. But basically, this is total loss of control of our neighborhoods and how we want our city to look at the whim of the state legislature. And I really wish we could get somebody like Assemblyman Garcia, Eduardo Garcia, who was, pushed this one along to explain to us how he feels that this was good for our city or any city. And it's unfathomable that our legislature is doing what it's doing, and the league's taking a real strong position against this one all the way through and lost. And this thing's it's just not good. But I don't, if you out there in the public watching this and you see somebody putting up a fourplex in your single family residential neighborhood with no extra parking and none of the planning that we normally go through, And you didn't see it go through the planning commission. That's not our fault. We've done what we can.
So, Ms. Pye?
I move staff's recommendation.
Do I have a second?
I will reluctantly second it.
A motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Betts,
In principle, I'm going to vote no.
Councilmember Nunez,
Aye.
Councilmember Pai,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner,
Once again, a very reluctant yes.
and Mayor Mattis.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Betts opposed. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council adding section 16.24.095 SB 9 parcel map standards and amending certain sections of 17.08 residential districts in order to comply with Senate Bill 9. The ordinance will return on February 1st for second reading and adoption.
Move to the administrative calendar. Item number 9 is a award of the grant funds from the California Department of Cannabis Control. I have Mr. Porras as giving this report. Is that true?
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, can you guys see my screen? I believe you can, right?
Yes.
Perfect. The California Department of Cannabis Control, DCC, released the Local Assistance Grant Program at the end of last year. The grant funding was to aid in transitioning state provisional cannabis license to annual cannabis license. There was a big number or a large number of provisional cannabis license compared to annual cannabis license. So the funding was intended to help those that currently have provisional license move into annual licenses. DCC identified 17 designated cities with available funding totaling an estimated $100 million. The city of Desert Hot Springs was one of the 17 cities that was identified with an available grant funds of $822,160. Oops, went too far. The city completed the application and submitted to utilize the grant funds to hire planning environmental consultant firms and ITJS consultant firms to help move all of the city's in-process pending and approved permitted cannabis projects to the end point of having a state annual licenses. The scope of the work would be as follows: processing and updating any pending, expired, and/or new cannabis applications and licenses from beginning to end, to review all cannabis applications, completing and/or reviewing CEQA technical studies, analysis, and reporting, establishing a software database for tracking all of the city's cannabis license, including all provisional licenses, to be utilized for tracking through the entire process, and update and develop user-friendly online tools and resources for cannabis applicants. On December 29th, 2021, Department of Cannabis Control notified the city of Desert Hot Springs of award of $822,160,000 in grant funds. Funds will become available after the agreement is executed, and the city plans to utilize these funds per the scope of work and a timeline as shown in the application in the attachment. Staff is recommending City Council authorize the city manager to execute the agreement between the city and the California Department of Cannabis Control for acceptance of $822,160 in grant funds from the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program. There is an attachment of the grant application with the detailed scope of work and a timeline if you'd like to see that as well. That includes my staff report. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Actually, first, let me take public comments. We're back in the administrative calendar. Do we have any public comments?
No, we do not.
All right. Any questions for staff?
Yes, I just had a couple of comments. One, we couldn't use the money for cannabis awareness to we can target, at-risk youth or teenagers or young adults. And the other one, could we use this money for tracking stats or usage of how many of our residents frequently use the cannabis or dispensaries, and or the age range we can get from this tracking?
There were specific requirements that the state set, and those were not one of the requirements or one of the uses that was allowed. It was very, very strict into utilizing the funds to move or help transition the provisional license into annual state licenses. We, the city of Desert Hot Springs, we have conditional use permits and we have regulatory permits. We have CUPs that we get approved, and there is some that have not done regulatory permits. So we plan to utilize these funds to help those that have conditional use permits, but not regulatory permits, get to the regulatory permit. And also those that do have regulatory permits that still have provisional license, get to the state annual license. So it's very, very specific as to utilize the funds for that. One of the ways
I kind of figured it was just straight permits and licensing. So I'm just trying to squeeze it in there, the thought.
Any other questions? Jan?
I'd like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion and second. Any more comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Item passes.
Always like free money.
Item 14 is the appointment of a delegate and a alternate delegate for the 2022 Southern California Association of Governments SCAG Annual General Meeting. Ms. Pye, Mr. Betts, I believe you're the only two that are assigned to these two committees. Are you willing to be the delegates again?
Yeah, I'm willing.
And would you like to fight over who's the delegate and who's the alternate?
Mr. Betts is the delegate.
I guess you've been told, Mr. Betts. Is there any public comments on this item?
No, we do not.
All right, I'll make a motion to appoint Mr. Betts as the delegate and Ms. Pye as the alternate to the 2022 Southern California Association of Governments Annual General Assembly.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Flying us to Hawaii this year?
Yep, virtually. With that said, is there anybody opposed to this item passing? Item passes. Is there any public comments in general waiting on the line?
No, we do not.
All right. Thank you for the robust debate tonight. Thank you for your patience with coming out of COVID and a long vacation. Staff, get some rest. We are adjourned.
Good night, everybody.